Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the April meeting of the Transport and Infrastructure Committee. And our thoughts go out to the people of Taiwan, and particularly the county of Hualien, who was affected by the earthquake yesterday. We have a selection of councillors in attendance in person and a number online. The members who are online: Councillor Fully, Sayers, Newman, Hills, Turner, Bartley, and member Renata. Have I covered them all off?
Councillor Leone.
And Councillor Leone. Okay, first item is the apologies. We have an apology for lateness from Councillor Fully on council business. Any other apologies?
And the Mayor.
And the Mayor for lateness. And Sayers for lateness. I'm reliably informed. I'll move it. Councillor Fletcher will second it. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Item 2, declaration of interest. Any declarations? No. We have the minutes for confirmation from Thursday 7th of March and Wednesday 27th of March, which was an extraordinary meeting. Councillor Fletcher will move that. I'll second that. All those in favour? Aye. Good. Against? Carried. Including the person who fell off their chair. Petitions? There are none, which brings us to the first substantive items of the day, and that's the public input, which we always look forward to hearing what people have got to say. And we have a couple of interesting presentations today. The first one up is Surface Light Rail in Auckland, and the presenter is going to be Connor Sharp. And Connor will address the committee on behalf of Surface Light Rail regarding their surface light rail plans in Auckland, the route and the built infrastructure that would be necessary to support those plans. And I think a presentation should be there available for members, has been emailed out. So Connor, you have 5 minutes to make your presentation, after which we'll open up to a couple of questions from the members. Welcome, Connor, and the floor is yours.
Kia ora koutou. My name is Connor Sharp, and I'm back to present to you all today on behalf of Surface Light Rail. I wanted to take the opportunity to delve more specifically into our plan for Surface Light Rail in Auckland. Our plan is based on pre-2019 design and planning work of light rail, updated with learnings from the past 5 years. I'm also going to briefly discuss how we as an organisation are building support for this plan, and how our work shows a solid, realistic pathway to deliver Surface Light Rail in Auckland. So stage 1 of our plan connects the city centre to Mount Roskill. It's approximately 9 kilometres long, and based on a range of costs seen overseas, we would expect to pay $50 to $200 million per kilometre. Using a conservative estimate of 150, stage 1 of the project would cost $1.35 billion. Given where we are now, a 9-kilometre route might seem ambitious, but stages for light rail in Sydney were longer. Both the CBD and South East Line and Parramatta Stage 1 were 12 kilometres. Stage 1 would provide a maximum capacity of around 9,000 passengers per hour. For context, that's 4 times the capacity of a busway and won't reach full capacity until the 2050s. Our proposed stations are located at town centres and connection points with the rest of the network. Depending on community feedback, it's possible to add sort of 1 or 2 more stations to address gaps in the placement, but this may be better addressed by buses. As our plan has been based on pre-existing work, we aren't starting from scratch. Previous work can be drawn from and used to kind of expedite any future planning or design work. If we focus on the city centre, Queen Street would be pedestrianised from Custom Street to Merrill Drive. Successes on George Street and Sydney show that this would be fantastic for both residences and businesses, vastly improving the sort of amenities and vibrancy of the space. Queen Street is actually the cheapest and easiest part to build due to its wide roadway and most of its services already being removed. There's also an option to connect this to Wynyard Quarter, and we'll be looking into that in the near future. If we progress further, K Road is likely the most difficult part of stage 1 to build. With the gradient of the street, there would need to be an underpass under K Road, but there has actually been design work done on this in the 2020 City Centre Master Plan. So on Dominion Road, You need to do some work on station design, especially considering the corresponding road space allocation. But light rail would replace one of the busiest bus corridors outside of the Northern Busway. We do want to stress how important it is to design the transport corridor within the curb space of the road, as widening the corridor adds significant costs through property acquisition and is unnecessary. At the end of Dominion Road, we would look to connect with the major development in Wesley. There is also flexibility to build part of the eastern stretch towards Onehunga in Stage 1. Having that option is important, as there are possible depot locations either side of Dominion Road, and having a multitude of choices advantages any needed sort of land acquisition for that. For future stages, an extension to Onehunga running along State Highway 20 would be relatively easy. Extending this to Māngere would require significant work crossing the waterway, and this should be looked at early when Stage 1 begins construction. There are also questions around how light rail connects with the Māngere Town Centre. There was a lot of community support for a direct connection, although there is an option to run along the motorway, and that was pushed by ALR. There are pros and cons to both options, but either way, the decision should be community-led. Finally, if the route were to connect to the airport, it should be on the basis of connecting a major employer with the rest of the city, and that sort of city centre to airport connection is a secondary benefit of that. As an organisation, we're taking a two-pronged approach to building support. The first is sort of engagement with communities and stakeholders. This includes residents group, businesses, business associations, and just general community groups and people. This is to build grassroots support to get everybody on board collectively with a sort of solid plan and vision for the project. The second is in the political sphere. This is from the local board level to central government. And the aim of this is to remove the partisanship towards light rail, give it a refresh, and to build support across all levels of government. We have spoken to MPs across the political divide to build that cross-party support. And we're also running a parliamentary petition to kind of show the government that surface light rail has the support of Aucklanders. I also wanted to discuss a very important point that was raised by a major business in Auckland. They explained how given Auckland Light Rail's cancellation, light rail wasn't necessarily on the top of people's minds, but they then used the city rail link as an example of how Auckland can lead the way on getting this done. As I'm sure many of you will know, City Rail Link was driven forward by Auckland Council and a previous mayor of Auckland, Len Brown. Initial work such as station design, planning and designation works was funded by Auckland. And because of that work, and the championing of the project by Auckland, it was eventually funded by a government who had opposed it for many years, often quite publicly. So right now, Auckland can produce the funding for the pre-work for surface light rail. We mentioned the Dominion Road flyover in our submission to the long-term plan, and wanted to outline a few things about that. Land around the flyover is owned by Auckland Council, specifically the road parcels, which are vested in council by default. Between the flyover and Newton Road, there's about 7 hectares of council-owned land, and only about half of this is actually needed for the intersection, which means over 3 hectares of land could be unlocked. Based on previous work, you'd be looking at $95 million of profit after the cost of reconstruction. By redeveloping this flyover, initial work on surface light rail could be funded without taking away from other council priorities. Lastly, with the Eastern Busway, Northwest Rapid Transit and Airport to Botany being advanced, the city centre of Māngere remains the only corridor that's not currently that's sort of missing from the long-agreed Auckland Transport Alignment Project plan. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and I hope to answer any questions.
Thank you for your presentation, Connor. That was very interesting. We'll open up for a couple of quick questions now. Councillor Walker and Councillor Ferry.
Sure. Hi. Good presentation. I just wonder whether your group has looked at trackless trams. They can deliver on the same routes, don't have any capital cost, run on the existing roading network, are in place in other cities and could be implemented rapidly.
Yeah, so this was something that we have done a fair bit of research on. It was brought up by some of the business associations I spoke to. The two biggest issues we kind of found with them was, one, the quality of the roads and the sort of foundation is often not the best in Auckland, and it means that to kind of run them at full capacity, especially on, say, Dominion Road, there's kind of a lot of strengthening works that would come out the same sort of cost and construction as surface light rail would be. And the second is also, because this is, technology's been around for a while, but there's only actually a few suppliers of the technology, and so there is a bit of a market risk there that when a certain model, say, would go out of its life cycle, there may not be a good supplier for different parts. Whereas sort of tracked surface light rail, there is a very, very healthy and sort of broad market of that. So you wouldn't have those long-term sort of risks.
Just a comment. If one of the suppliers was one of the largest transport companies on the planet in terms of their build and their operation, maybe the supplier issue is not an issue. Just in respect of the ability of the road to cope, I'd be interested as to whether you've got some information on that, because obviously you've got to clock in a considerable work for putting the rails in place and all the other infrastructure. So if you have looked into that, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm happy to follow up with you.
Yeah, then maybe do that offline, Connor, if that's possible. Thanks. Councillor Ferry?
Thank you. Thanks, Connor, and really appreciate the work that your team's doing on this. And I think it's a good example of potentially not throwing the baby out with the bathwater in terms of what we can learn and take on board. I was curious about whether you've had any discussions yet or presented yet to the AT board on this, and also specifically regarding that flyover issue, that might be something to raise with Eki Panuku as well. So have you had any contact with those CCOs at all yet?
Not as of yet. It's sort of on the list of things to do. It's just, because we're a volunteer organisation, there's always capacity and how much we can do. So yeah, it's on the list and will be in the near future, I expect.
Yeah, cool. I think that those conversations could be really useful, and really appreciate the frequent updates you bring to us. Thank you.
Last question, Councillor Henderson.
Thank you, Chair. Look, this is fantastic. Just picking up on your words around your project needing champions, and I'm just wondering how you want to engage with us in an ongoing way, because we'd love to have you here, but it seems like there might be an extra step that we might need to do to engage. So what's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, we're always happy to have sort of conversations with anyone to kind of go into this in a lot more detail than maybe the space can allow. If there's also any specific questions anyone has, especially on the more detailed parts of this, like, we're also happy to answer. I think the main point we'd want to get across is we want to work with you all to kind of make this happen. And in our view, the best way to have this go forward, especially ideally within this decade, is through Auckland Council and the work that we can do through this. Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Henderson. And perhaps you'd like to move the recommendation of thanks, and seconded by Councillor Ferry. And we do have Auckland Transport personnel here, Connor, and of course you have been before this committee, so we would encourage that ongoing dialogue as we look to what's best for our city in the future. So it's been moved and seconded. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Thanks again, Connor.
Thank you all for your time.
The next item on public input comes from Climate Liberation Aotearoa, and we have Robin Beeling here today to talk to us about counting cruise ship emissions in the emissions reduction planning. Welcome, Robin. You have 5 minutes and then a couple of questions at the end of that. So over to you.
Kia ora tātou, thank you for hearing from us. My name is Robin Beeling. I'm speaking for Climate Liberation Aotearoa about including cruise ships in emission reduction targets. First, let's address the idea that cruise ships bring benefits, because the opposite is true. The following information comes from evidence, good statistics or peer-reviewed academic papers which I can share the references for. Tourism employs people and supports our economy, but the New Zealand Institute of Economic Research says most tourist spending is domestic, not international like cruise ships. The important statistic is that despite cruise ship passengers being 9% of international tourist numbers, they contribute only 3% of the total international tourist spend. So cruise ship passengers dramatically underspend in their contribution to our economy compared to the tourists who fly in. These are the most recent statistics we have from 2019, but we know this pattern of cruise tourists underspending hasn't changed because it's baked into the business model of the cruise industry. The cruise industry doesn't make money on the ticket, they make money through passengers doing most of their spending on board, paying the cruise company, for instance, dining on the cruise ships where it doesn't benefit our communities at all. You may think of a cruise as a luxury experience where you'd expect passengers to spend a lot in our stores or restaurants, but Otago University tourism professor James Higham says today's cruise passengers are less wealthy than they have been in the past and spend little in our local communities. So the cruise industry takes as much of the passenger spend as possible and doesn't share the benefits like other forms of tourism. Don't think that our economy relies on or benefits from the cruise industry. Cruise ship tourists are economically the worst tourists for us. But what else is wrong with cruise ships? Otago University academic Dr. Inga Smith calculated that a cruise ship holiday to New Zealand emits 4 times the greenhouse gas emissions of an equivalent holiday flying and staying in hotels. She says, from a climate change perspective, going on a cruise ship is one of the worst holidays that you can take. The cruise industry is so polluting that climate activists like me would encourage people to fly instead. The fuel that cruise ships burn puts carcinogenic particulates into our air. In terms of these particulates, 1 cruise ship is the equivalent of 1 million cars. We don't think about these mostly invisible ultrafine particulates, but we pay the cost when people die from cancer from air pollution caused by fossil fuels. According to the British Medical Journal, fossil fuel pollution kills 5 million people every year. They're poisoning passengers and the people of Auckland. A peer-reviewed study in the Marine Policy Journal says that cruise ships are responsible for 1/4 of all ocean waste, despite being only 1% of the merchant fleet. Our ocean ecosystems are under massive pressure, and hundreds of millions of people rely on these ecosystems for food. Here in Tamaki Makaurau, cruise ships also disrupt our commuter ferries. 98 ferry sailings around Auckland were cancelled or delayed last December due to cruise ships arriving or departing from Prince's Wharf. Not only do cruise ships bring us no benefits, they're contributing to climate chaos, they're killing people with air pollution, trashing our oceans, and disrupting our public transport. We demand that cruise ship emissions be included in Auckland's total emissions, the ones that count towards our emission targets. The emissions are being released into the atmosphere. They have to be part of our reduction goals as well. Although central government isn't taking action on emissions, you have the power to influence them. Declarations of climate emergency and the nuclear-free movement both worked like this, with local government taking the lead. We have made similar demands of Christchurch, Dunedin and Nelson councils, and will shortly be presenting to Wellington Council, asking them to listen to their constituents, their consciences, and take that first step. In November, the Climate Commission will be making recommendations to central government. They will likely recommend including cruise ship emissions in our targets. And while Central doesn't seem to care about the environment, if you take this step, then we believe they will too. Similar policies are being picked up around the world already. The UK and the EU will include emissions from international shipping and aviation, including cruise ships, in their trading schemes and targets from 2026. In summary, we want you to count cruise ship emissions now in the overall emissions total and count them in the city's climate targets. The statistics, they might be estimates, not perfect, but the risks of inaction are greater. We also want you to put in a real plan, a serious plan to address these emissions. Thank you for your time.
Thanks very much, Robin, for that presentation. Slightly different perspective on cruise ships. Do we have some questions? Okay, Councillor Walker and Councillor Ferry.
A couple of questions. Is your group advocating for a shore power plug-in for cruise ships so that they don't burn the bunker fuel when they're in port?
We're advocating for less cruise ships, so having the shore power may reduce the emissions while the ships are in port, but doesn't address any of the emissions while they're travelling or any of the damage to our ocean ecosystems.
Sure. And then the second question is, if the issue is to do with the fuel of the cruise ship, and you know, bunker fuel's bad news, is your group advocating for enhanced fuels, different fuels that are more environmentally friendly than the current ones? And that will also include electrification of cruise ships, which is possible.
For electrification, yes.
Thanks, Robin. Councillor Ferry.
Thanks very much. It's a really interesting idea, sort of trying to capture the emissions. Are there any cities overseas that are already doing this? Are there any examples that we could look to? I guess part of the challenge for me is, at what point do they become emissions that should accrue to our city as opposed to, you know, say if the ship's coming from Sydney, when does it cross the line? So are there any international examples we could look at? Thanks.
We could look at Christchurch City Council. So they have included it so far in their inventory, but not in the emission targets. And the way they're counting it is the emissions from import, as well as half of the emissions from travelling to and from the port.
Thank you. Have you talked to Local Government New Zealand about sort of a New Zealand-wide council stance, or are you just going council by council?
We're just going council by council, but thank you for that suggestion.
Okay, I'm happy to move that we receive the presentation, seconded by Councillor Fletcher. I'll just say, Robin, that AT personnel are here, as indeed are some of our council transport officers, and I think certainly your presentation and your request will be forwarded to them and will be brought up in discussions, because you've raised a number of very pertinent points here that we should be considering, so thank you for that.
Thank you.
So it's been moved and seconded. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you again, and thank you for your team that have accompanied you today. Okay, we move on from public input now to local board input, and we did receive one request, and which was approved, just like most requests that come before this committee, and the person presenting today is Alexandra Bonham, and Alex will address the committee on behalf of the board regarding concerns around access for residential and commercial buildings to servicing, loading and legal parking solutions. I think a presentation it was forwarded later, thank you. So welcome, Alex. You have 5 minutes, and then some questions from the members. Away you go.
Kia ora, tēnā koutou. Thank you so much for having me, Chair, Council, IMSB. We want to talk to you about maintenance of residential and commercial buildings in Auckland city centre. Can I also acknowledge Dean Kimpton and members of AT behind me? I'm so glad you're here and listening to us. We love the city centre master plan. We love access for all. We love the transport emission reduction plan. But we have also heard from our businesses and our residents for many years that servicing and loading is not being properly managed in the city centre. And we acknowledge too that room to move is coming. And that's fantastic, and we acknowledge all the work done by the DPO and in the past the ADO and other work done by AT, but we still have buildings that don't have any access. So this isn't about private cars or private parking, it's about servicing and loading and maintenance. So here is an example. No building is an island, but you might think with the yellow dotted lines around this one that it is. Let me just move this on my own one. I've got my notes. So let me quote one resident, and I apologise for the squeamish. I could go out and get a blowjob on the lane and get away with it, but when I want to hire a removal truck to park up and move out the contents of my apartment, I get 2 parking fines. We're talking about Mills Lane and Exchange Lane, and I think that his assessment is entirely accurate of this situation. So this is a picture of when I visited the site. If you have a look on Google Maps, you'll also see another car illegally parked there because there just really isn't an option about where you can go. So this is another quote from a resident. Trades get tickets depending on the warden, day or time. We can't get work done in the building simply because trades won't come. And that's a real problem for this building because it's a heritage building. It's got old pipes. It's got old systems inside it. There was a water leak recently. They had to get a plumber round. But when they call up trades, they often get told that they're not willing to come because they can't park anywhere nearby and they will just have to take the parking tickets, which they don't want to do because they mount up. So they have a plumber who has a relationship with another development who has got a traffic management plan or something and is able to give them some parking. But that's not the way the city should run, that you have to, you know, lean on your mates to find somewhere to park in nearby proximity so that you can sort out a flood. Other businesses don't come at all, so it's very difficult to get a shower cubicle delivered. You can't get tiles delivered if you need to redo your bathroom. If you want to move house, it's nigh on impossible. Now, I know that designs are going on for Mills Lane, Exchange Lane at the moment, and we are very supportive of them. The designs look good. There's a range of options. There might be 1 new service space or maybe 3. It's still being designed. We're fully supportive of that, but it's got to go through lots of committees, and then construction doesn't start till next year. And we have got a building that needs to be maintained in the interim with very few options. And so we are urging AT also to put the well-functioning of buildings and places first, whether they are residential or commercial, and to find solutions sooner rather than later. And we wonder whether some form of tickets or that the building manager might be able to give out to people to give them, you know, servicing rights, you know, the ability to park for half an hour, if that's possible, or whether it's possible to paint in some loading bays in the short term that can then be painted over with the final solution. We don't think paint is very expensive. We don't think this is very controversial. There used to be servicing and loading bays in this area, but at the moment, they're just not there. They were painted for another development, and we are waiting this new solution. So something sooner rather than later would be absolutely fantastic. If we don't have the city centre functioning properly, and by that I mean if we don't have the buildings being maintained and serviced, then we don't have a well-functioning city centre. And we want 100,000 people to live in the city centre. We want to be able to use and adapt the buildings we have. We're not going to start again. So please can we find some compromises? Please can we find some solutions for here and extrapolating across Karangahape Road and everywhere else.
Thank you, Alex. It's a strong conclusion, and maybe prompt some questions from councillors. Councillor Simpson.
Yeah, thanks, Alex. Have you, in your role in local board, advocated through, advocated to Auckland Transport yourself? I mean, I'm just trying to figure out where you've got to, and is it you're coming here because you haven't been able to solve it yourself, or just trying to get where we fit in the loop?
Yes, so the local board has advocated for the last 2 terms for servicing and loading solutions for the city centre, and we were told by Heart of the City that we were late to the game, that they had already been advocating for this for many years already. When it comes to this particular example of Mills Lane, yes, we have had meetings with AT. We are strongly supportive. We have met with designers. We are very supportive of all the work that's going on. But when we ask for a solution that can come in sooner, I mean, this was supposed to start construction in the second half of this year, but it's been delayed till next year. We're left in a position where businesses and residential buildings are expected to go for years before they get any solution at all. And so what we're asking from you is to put pressure on AT to find some interim solutions that could be delivered much faster, where they are low risk, so that we can support businesses and residents.
So follow up if I can, Mr. Chair. So you're saying that AT have said no to you as a local board, so you're now looking for a bit more help. Is that correct?
AT have said that it's not really in their power to speed up the process. It needs to, they have a process of transport committees and everything else. So this is, I suppose, an advocacy both to AT and to the governing body to find a solution to deliver solutions faster, because when we have talked to people at an operational level, they are bound by the constraints of timeframes for the permanent solution, and I don't think they have it within their remit to find some faster ones. So I'm coming to you to ask for that.
Councillor Dalton?
Thank you. Thanks for your presentation, Alex. Did the Waitemata Local Board feedback on the room to move consultation?
Oh, we are very supportive of Room to Move, and I believe that is starting in the middle of this year, and we're unlikely to see solutions actually roll out in the city after that. We're strongly supportive. Be bold, we say. Make it work.
Can I ask you if you believe that Access for Everyone should have been developed before feeding back on Room to Move?
I don't think Room to Move should be delayed a single second. I think Access for All is a terrific policy. We're strongly supportive of Access for All, the City Centre Master Plan. The policy and strategies are excellent. It's getting down there and finding solutions on the ground in an imperfect city built over many, many decades that we need. And it's not going to be perfect, but we'd like to see solutions sooner rather than later.
Thank you. Last question. So interim solutions being perhaps passes for loading and unloading or temporary lines?
Yeah, maybe temporary lines where there just is no option, really, for trades except to park illegally to do the things that they're supposed to do.
Thank you.
Just two more questions, folks. Councillor Bartley and Councillor Sayers to finish us off.
Well, thank you, Chair. I think Councillor Simpson asked my question. I thought this was more operational, but I can see it's probably given us more information when we speak with Dean Kimpton about the local board engagement. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Sayers.
Yeah, thank you, through you, Chair. Thanks for your presentation. You know, on the surface of it, it looks very reasonable request, but as you say, you know, these processes just need to be kind of sorted out and fast-tracked somehow. So my question is directed to you, Barry, if I might. I know that Dean's in the room as well, but if obviously it's an advocacy to us, and if you're able to make any comment to help your cause.
Through the Chair, happy to do that. I've actually been in contact with Auckland Transport and working with one of their people there who's been involved in this, and we're looking to bring a paper, or looking for them to bring a paper to next month's meeting to set out some pathways forward. So it's something we can work on with them.
Okay. Thank you, Barry. So that's a pretty quick follow-up, Alex. Do we have someone that would like to move? Moved by Councillor Simpson, seconded by Councillor Fletcher. All those in favour? Against? Okay, thank you for your presentation today, Alex, and we'll look forward to that paper next month then.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so moving on, folks, that's item 6 done. Extraordinary items, there are none. Which brings us to the first item on the agenda in terms of the work programs that we're covering today, and this is an update on the preparatory work for the Auckland Integrated Transport Plan. And really, the purpose of today's meeting, or this item being on today's meeting, is to provide an update on the progress being made. Developing this plan, there has been work going on. It was put on hold around about May last year, given a number of uncertainties with the election and whatnot, but there's certainly gathered a bit momentum in the last couple of months. So today's an opportunity to really make members aware of what has been done and to seek any comments or feedbacks on that. And I should just say at the start that there will, I think, Barry, be another item in the following
Next
month. So we're certainly going to be putting a bit of emphasis on the integrated transport plan over the next month. So we have Robert, Hamish and Jose here today. So over to you. Are you doing the introductions, Robert?
Yes, that's right. Okay. Kia ora koutou. Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's a couple of people here who you're probably not familiar with. So Jose Gonzalez is a member of Council's Transport Strategy team. Shalali Mazari is from Auckland Transport and produced these maps. And of course, you know Hamish, who will speak to the maps. So I'll just do a very brief introduction. You recall we came before this committee last month in March and received direction to undertake this preparatory work. So it's not, the work that we're undertaking at the moment is not the integrated transport plan itself. It's rather positioning, it's getting Auckland Council in a position where it's in a good place to open discussions with the government on the integrated transport plan later this year. The item that we brought in March had extensive feedback received from local boards on that work that was undertaken last year. It also had the extensive attachment setting out the results of public consultation undertaken in mid last year as part of that first phase of work on the ITP. So we as staff, Auckland Transport and ourselves, have in the process of setting up a number of work streams. You can see some of them there to advance this work over the next 1 to 2 months. These work streams will no doubt change as we move along, but between them they're going to produce, just to give you a quick reminder of what's in the scope, some analysis and maps of the transport challenges faced in Auckland, both currently and in projected 10 years and 30 years into the future. Maps of and analysis of the future transport network, including high-level analysis of major projects, which also will include an assessment of strategic alignment against council priorities. Also be extending beyond major projects to look at non-infrastructure type interventions, including, of course, time of use charging, but also any other regulatory interventions that might help council achieve its transport outcomes, but also looking at the wider transport system itself in terms of the way in which the planning, funding and governance aspects of that system and what are the opportunities for improvements there, because there certainly are some. So all this will be coming back to you regularly starting next month as well with additional updates, as I say, to reach almost like an Auckland Council position ahead of discussions with central government. Today, the focus is on some of the maps that have been produced, and Hamish will talk you through 5 of the most advanced maps at this point. You'll notice that most of them are current state as opposed to future focused. A lot of work is going into the future focused maps. They're not quite ready to bring to this committee just yet, but we'll have more on that next month. I will say that these maps are by no means finalised, they're all draft, and so that we're welcoming any feedback you may have, and we'll take that on board and bring them back to you in the future. That's probably enough from me, so I will hand it over to Hamish at this point to take you through the maps.
Thank you, Robert. So, yes, as Robert explained, as part of the work going into the development of the Auckland Integrated Transport Plan, we've been tasked with creating these maps I think the value of the maps and what we're trying to achieve here is an understanding of what have we got now in terms of the transport network, and where do the challenges lie, particularly where they are currently and then over the kind of next 10 years. And it's a different approach that we've been tasked to developing the transport plan here, instead of, you know, sort of lots of background work where we're relying much more map heavy and visualization of the issues in front of us as a way of kind of encapsulating this on a faster basis. So I think it's very useful from that perspective. So in terms of the maps, this one here, the recent progress, this is showing the significant projects that have been built or are currently in delivery over the last 15 years. I won't necessarily go into the extreme detail of it, but you can see when you look at that there have been significant improvements to both the motorway network and the rail rapid transit network over time. For example, with the Western Ring Route development in terms of the motorway, electrification of the rail network, City Rail Link being under construction, electrification south to Pukekohe, Eastern Busway being under construction. So it's picking up that there's been a wide range of investment, quite a lot done. But of course, you know, we've still got ongoing growth over that time. I can't recall what the population increases have been over the time period, but, you know, Auckland's a great place. People are coming here, so all that capacity is being quickly put under pressure, and we still have challenges with our networks. In particular, everybody's aware of the kind of congestion challenge, and this one here is picking up where we have the real congestion challenges on our motorway and main arterial networks. And you can see there that, you know, you're getting the congestion, and I think that this is a point that the Mayor makes quite often, congestion on certain parts of the motorway network in particular, but you can also see it on the arterials there. I should say that this is a slightly simplified map. It doesn't pick up all the local roads, and it doesn't pick up the smaller parts of congestion on the network. So if you're saying, hey, I'm regularly encountering that, doesn't mean that AT, in terms of our more detailed planning, doesn't know about it. This is just slightly simplified. Freight network, clearly moving goods, goods around the city and out to the rest of New Zealand's a critical part of the challenges and what the transport network needs to do. So here we're capturing the key parts of the freight network, both in terms of rail freight and road freight. There's a hierarchy there. I won't explain the detail, but it's also showing where is the freight network under congestion pressure. You can see it there in the reds and oranges. And how does that relate to some of the key kind of freight hubs and areas of demand for freight travel, which were picked up in terms of things like quarries, key sort of logistics areas, things along those lines, you know, the requirements to shift sort of vegetables and produce out of the south. So this is giving you an overlay of where the freight network challenges are, and that'll inform our future thinking in this space. I'll come back to this one because it kind of summarises. And then the cycling network, this here is just picking up where do we currently have cycling infrastructure and kind of what is the, what sort of cycling infrastructure is it? Is it a separated? Is it something that's on road in a traffic calmed area? You can see there that, you know, there is cycling infrastructure around Auckland, but there are also some very large gaps in provision. For example, you could look at the centre of the isthmus there where, you know, we're lacking the infrastructure. And then this one here is finally trying to bring some of this together associated with the land use, because of course, you know, we're focused on transport, but we need to understand how the transport relates to the land use challenges that we face, particularly as we think about planning into the next 10 years and often to the 30-year period. So here we've got where are the growth areas in terms of greenfields, they're captured there. the brownfields, key brownfields, Kainga ore areas. We're also identifying in purple areas where there are particular kind of equity challenges that we've identified in work. And then finally, what are the large-scale sort of strategic movements that are under real pressure with congestion? And so that, again, is the kind of red and orange corridors that you can see. So it's a little bit more stylised, but it gives you a sort of bird's eye or helicopter view of where the challenges are at a strategic level that we need to address over time. I should say, by the way, that all of this is taken from our Future Connect work that you can find on the web if you're interested. Just Google Future Connect and you can see how the detail of this has been produced. So to summarise, we're pulling together a whole base of information, we're mapping it visually, and this will help us understand where are the challenges, where are the priorities going forward. Thank you.
All right, thanks for the presentation there. Hopefully people have had a good chance to look at the maps and I guess see in the first instance that, you know, despite the kind of general perception, there has been a lot of big projects delivered in and around the Auckland region. There's a number more that are currently under construction, and obviously there's a lot more needs to be done. So it's by no means a state of inactivity, and people will realise that from their own wards. Okay, we'll open up to a few questions now, and we'll start off with Member Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a general question from me. The Māori Impact Statement notes that the Mayor and the then Minister of Transport met with iwi representatives in May 2023 to discuss transport matters. The statement notes that staff will endeavour to review existing work as described in Kia ora Tāmaki Makaurau, and that no new work on potential outcomes for Māori will be undertaken. I guess my question is, noting the recommendation of this committee to not continue engagement with Māori on the plan, how will Council staff ensure the plan reflect iwi and Mātāwaka aspirations?
So I guess there's two aspects to that, and the first aspect is this brief piece of preparatory work that we're undertaking now, that we're talking about today, and as you've noted, we're not proposing to undertake any engagement or consultation on that. Simply mainly because of timeframes, but also because we've got a wealth of existing material to draw upon. And in the case of engagement with Māori, we have that discussion from last year, and there was quite a lot that came out of that, and so we'll be referring to that. We also have the Kia ora Tāmaki Makaurau outcomes framework. I note that there's the outcomes and the 4 principles in there. There's nothing specific to transport, but that doesn't mean that transport doesn't have an impact on those outcomes. Of course it does. So we'll be endeavouring to weave that into our analysis over the next month or two. Of course, this is phase 1, the preparatory phase. Then comes the work with central government to do the actual plan itself. And of course, I mean, ultimately this is up to political direction that we receive, but I would anticipate that we would undertake extensive engagement with Māori as part of that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Brown. Councillor Walker?
Sure. So I've had a look at the maps. I guess my question is around some of the drivers of enhancing mobility and efficiency across the network. So if that is the case, would a map that shows the rail network and the growth efficiency we've got around level crossings be a useful map to have, because that goes to the efficiency of the rail network? The other question I've got goes to the efficiency of vehicle mobility. If we accept that at intersections the prime determinant is the lighting technology, that's the signal technology, the technology behind that, and we use SCATs, which is nowhere near as modern and as intelligent as systems that you find overseas. So what is the impact of that as an investment across the region, at least in some areas where you could have far more efficient movement?
There's 2 questions.
Couple of questions there.
Yeah.
I've just got a few that I'll rattle off.
Well, let's just
very
have
quickly.
those two first, shall we?
Through the chair, so for the rail network and in terms of freight flows and the importance of the rail network from a freight task perspective and showing the areas of deficiency, that is something that we'll come back to this committee with. There is a piece of work going on with Keyworld at the moment to be able to understand the key areas of the freight network which are actually deficient from a freight flow perspective, which will include level crossings as well, the intersections of those crossings with the rail network. So that is something that we're planning to come back with and visualize it to ensure that it supports the development of the plan. So,
Okay, the other question I've got is it possible to have a map of the ferry network, given that that's an important part of the integrated network and the opportunities for runs like Gulf Harbour and elsewhere?
Absolutely, we'll include that in the future.
Yes, so there is such a map. It just hasn't appeared in this suite before us today.
Okay, I'm just looking at what's on Nexus.
Separate agenda.
And then the other question I've got is just around how much we can make of parts of the network, for example, footpaths that are widely used in many cities overseas for cycling at low speeds. Is that something that we're looking at, and the regulatory barriers that might be the case there?
Well, as it happens, our team has actually undertaken some work on that because it's something that Councillor Watson has expressed interest in the past, it's not necessarily an item that we would bring to the committee, but it's certainly something we can provide to you in the form of a memo.
And just the last question, in this 10-year, and you've also got a 30-year context, are you taking into account things like full self-drive that is well under development, and technology fixes like trackless trams and fixes that you've got in other cities that might be relevant?
Well, so I suppose the focus of this is long term. It's looking 30 years into the future. So yes, we will have to consider all that kind of thing, and probably more extensively in the next phase when we work with government on the actual plan itself.
And just one parting question. Given that the electrification of everything is going to pose significant demands, peak and also overall, are you relating this plan to the other plans that may be required, for example, to deliver on the amount of electricity in various locations and amounts?
Well, I don't think I can comment on plans for the electricity sector specifically. That's not really our area, but certainly the way, not just we, but this council envisages the integrated transport plan is that it sits atop everything else and drives everything else in terms of transport and land use planning anyway.
Okay, we have quite a number of people looking to ask questions here. Just a little plea from the chair, if we could please be succinct in our questions and maybe limit them to the 2 or 3 at most that you want answers to. We have Councillors Baker, Sayers, Dalton, Hills, Ferry, Henderson and Councillor Williamson.
Thanks, Chair. I've only got one. So just thanks guys and ladies for the work. To me, there's I guess the glaring omission here is in terms of the south and our reliance on State Highway 1 and the main trunk rail line, and in terms of public transport. And so what is missing for me is looking ahead into the future as to a western link or some sort of new links to the west of State Highway 1 that would connect State Highway 20, connect the airport, create a redundancy to State Highway 1. Mill Road will take traffic off State Highway 1 at Drury and return it to traffic to State Highway 1 at Manukau. But there is for me, is there any consideration of a western link or western ring that will connect State Highway 1 with State Highway 20, connect the airport, And also when we listen to we had the light rail people, the people here today, create a new method or a new route for, considerable amount of public transport or people being able to use public transport to the west, where there's huge development in the south, and also creates freight routes. 30% of aggregate in Waikato and Northland come to Auckland, on top of the 5 million tonnes that we create. So how do we get around that? It just seems to me we're missing something here, and has it been considered? When will it be considered or thrown into the loop?
Through the chair, so we've started the collection of project information for the 30-year timeframe, which includes mega projects that are roading based, state highway based, including rapid transit and also multimodal. In that long list of projects, there isn't such a project as per described by the councillor Andy Baker. However, the remit of this work should include that in the scope to identify new areas of that are deficient in the network and consider them in the long listing. So I've noted this down, and we'll make sure that we pass this on to the team to look into when we're narrowing down the sort of 30-year plans and how we're going to visualize them in a map, because it is very important to take into consideration the south as well, and as per described by the councillor.
Okay, thanks, Jose. Councillor Sayers.
Yeah, thanks, John. My question's targeted around rail freight. It just didn't pop out of the paper here. It says current freight network, that could be trucks. So my question in particular, the reason why I'm asking it is thinking about freight rail in the northwest, and how much is that in scope of your work stream in terms of working with Kiwi Rail there, and potentially, because we're looking 30 years out, do you create options in terms of if the port went north, do you include that kind of options there about rail going north as well? Is that something that we get some visibility on, or is it out of scope?
So thank you for the question, Councillor. Last year, as part of the Tamaki Makaurau work, we did some scenario-based assessment of the infrastructure implications. If the port was to move to Northport, or a split between Northport and Port of Tauranga, or including some of the alternative port locations as well. So the transport implications from a rail investment perspective in the North Auckland line, or from a state highway perspective, including inland ports, are kind of well understood, and they should be included in the scope if we're looking out to 30 years. Caveating, though, that it is pending decision in relation to the future of the port, of course.
Councillor Dalton.
Thank you, Chair. I've somewhat found my answer in the paper, but it's quite a dilemma that we have. So you're developing something on existing policy, Auckland Council, Auckland Transport Policy. We've got a lot of changes coming our way, particularly around the RMA, Plan Change 78, all of those things that are going to impact on the future. So you are developing this under our current policies, and then you will meet with government and you will see what their direction is, which could be, and that is a risk that you've identified, could be not aligned at all. And then what, you go back and you rework again, and you can't really do that so much until we really have a clear direction on RMA, Plan Change 78, MDRS.
Yes, that's right. And so your broader point around potential risk of lack of alignment with central government, yeah, that is absolutely a risk, and how we resolve that would remains to be seen. And part of it will be discussions at the political level. In fact, a big part of it will be discussions at the political level, of course. But for now, our job is to put forward our best advice based on existing council policies and our understanding of the challenges as we currently face and will face in the future. And then we'll put that to you, and then you'll tell us if we've got it right or not, and in order to form a position that kind of underpins, if you like, our discussions with central government. So, yeah.
And last question, the political reference group that you work with, how often do they meet, and then how often does it come back to the full council?
So it met maybe 4 or 5 times during the first stage of the work last year. It hasn't met since. There are no meetings currently scheduled. That doesn't mean that there can't be. And that's probably something we'll be looking to your advice on, noting that we are intending to come back to this committee as often as you'll have us, and starting next month.
Thank you, Robert.
Councillor Hills.
Kia ora, Chair, thank you, and sorry I'm online today. The two questions I have, the first one is, and I know it's mentioned in the paper, but how does this all interrelate with ATAP, the GPS, the RLTP? They are going to come back and forth and change up and down. So how are we going to try and align them a bit better without confusing the public, or is this just the nature of the game?
It is the nature of the game, I guess, and you've seen diagrams before of the a whole lot of different council plans, transport plans, and you've kind of just succinctly raised part of the issue there. You know, the RLTP is due, August, I think it is now? Yeah, August, which is probably too early for this, or definitely too early for this work to be completed. So we're potentially looking at the next RLTP for this work to have a real influence in terms of driving it. The GPS, well, that's in government's hands. That's due July. So I guess we'll get a very good statement of where government's at on some of these matters then. But yeah, I have no real answers for you in terms of how all these things will eventually interrelate, other than, as we say, we envisage the ITP sitting atop of it all. And one of the work streams we've got, as I described at the start, is around the opportunities for improving the transport planning, governance and funding system, because there's obviously huge opportunities there.
Thank you. And the other question, two questions. One part is just on the climate. So is this going to be driving our climate goals, and then we'll have to step back when obviously the government has different, although the targets are exactly the same, but obviously the way of getting there is slightly different. So that's one question. And the second is this our blueprint? Obviously we're doing it with government, but this is obviously going to outlive this GPS and this, this government over 30 years. It'll go back and forth. Are we putting in our priorities, Auckland's priorities around cycling and public transport? We know this GPS is dramatically different. So how is it sort of a list of projects that then get supported or not? Or are we only looking to things we know that we can get over the line under this kind of government?
Well, ultimately, this first phase of work, that's something we're going to have to take your direction on over the next month or two. But as we said earlier, we are guided by existing council policies at the moment, and you raise climate in particular. So climate has to be a key consideration if we're looking 30 years in the future, both from a resilience and a mitigation point of view. So we'll certainly be looking at projects through a climate lens when we come back to you with our analysis in due course.
Good, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Henderson.
Thank you, Chair, and my question actually conveniently builds upon Councillor Hill's question. Regarding the climate impact statement, I think it goes in the right direction, but it could be a lot stronger. As part of the ITP, are we planning to commit to a position that's 100% compliant with our climate goals?
Well, that's probably more in your hands, Councillor, and your colleagues. So we shall see. But as I've just said, we'll certainly be looking at things through a climate lens as well as through other lenses as well.
Thank you, I appreciate that. My last question is relating to the huge gaps in the cycle network. The local boards have actually done fantastic work on greenways plans, so a lot of the knowledge is already there. Are we planning to use that knowledge, and if so, how?
Yeah. So we have within Auckland Transport a future cycle network that draws on the local board plans. We haven't shown it at this point. It's in Future Connect if you want to have a look, but it'll certainly be informing this work going forward.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Councillor Williamson.
Yeah, mine's just quite brief. If you go to the cycle map. In our part of the world, you've got quite a big green line all running around the coast there, right up to Half Moon Bay. But I was part of a Rotary club that built that damn thing, and it was called the Pakuranga Rotary Walkway. And it was only really wide enough for people to walk on. Manukau City Days, I used to go every third Sunday of a month to build the thing. We've got a problem now with a whole lot of constituents very angry on Grapevine and so on, that there are cyclists going around there at unbelievable speed, done up in their Lycra and helmets and doing almost track racing speed. If you look at that map, really sharp corners. Some have come around a corner at me, I've got my dogs, holy Jesus, at speed. Why is it that in every other jurisdiction I've looked at, in Hamilton and Wellington, even in Christchurch, there are speed limits on cycles? And even areas on the lake around Hamilton Lake where you're not even allowed to, it says pick up your bike and carry for the next half a kilometre because it's so narrow. Who polices this? Who chose to allow the Rotary Walkway, because it's still called the Rotary Walkway, who allowed that to be a shared space? I understand there are rules about the width of a shared space before cyclists can be allowed to use it, and it doesn't meet the walkways we've got. They're under that. Who's in charge of that? Is that AT?
To be honest, I'm not sure. We'll take that question away and come back. Sorry,
claiming it as a cycleway on your map here is really a bit fraught with difficulty.
Okay, so someone can get back to Councillor Williamson with those questions there. Councillor Ferry.
Thank you. And actually, I've spent a bit of time on that walkway too, and would agree that I don't think it's wide enough to qualify as a shared path. But it does connect up with one of my questions, which is on that cycling network stuff. I think we do need to really seriously look at this map in the context of the greenways aspect that Councillor Henderson brought up. And get some local intel about some of these paths have been around a long time and aren't necessarily actually working out. So my local example would be the Dominion Road parallel routes, where that looks like a great connection through the middle of the isthmus. It actually doesn't work, and so I would. What's the next iteration in terms of looking at, and I suspect there'll be similar issues with some of the other maps as well. It's just that's the one I'm particularly aware of, where we can use that local intelligence of actually, on paper we have a path there, but in reality it's not a shared path as with the Rotary Walkway, or it's not actually functioning as a useful cycling connection as with the Dominion Road parallel routes. So that's my first question.
Okay. I mean, in terms of this, our cycling team is, constantly looking at the network and where to see how it's performing, where upgrades can be made or parallel. So I think we're well aware of the issues with the Dominion Road cycling work. So that's something we're constantly reviewing and trying to address. In terms of this work, I don't know whether we'll get down to that kind of level of detail here, because it's a 30-year plan, so it's probably going to be a little bit more strategic in nature. But be assured we are always looking at reviewing that and looking for opportunities to improve the network.
Okay, I mean, I think it is important if we're using these as strategic documents that they actually reflect the situation on the ground and the usefulness of some of these routes. So, and I guess another question that follows on from that is that in terms of what we're seeing so far with these maps, we have deficiencies for general traffic, but the other maps are all, this is the existing state. So there's a disconnect there. We're looking at where we need to fix things for general traffic, but we're not looking at where we need to fix things necessarily for these other aspects of the system. Yeah. So I guess I would ask why we prioritise one mode, which has an impact on other modes, but some of the solutions for general traffic are actually going to be in other modes, and particularly in public transport. So what's sort of the strategic thinking there around presenting the maps in that way?
Yeah, I think it's just a case of these are the maps that we've been presented. We, within Future Connect, have the deficiencies for all modes. We've got deficiencies for walking, for public transport. So we do have that information that is feeding into this. I think it's just a case of what's been selected to put forward to you today. But certainly we're drawing on that information all the time.
Okay, well, I mean, there are some important choices here. This is what we're presenting to the public as the work happening so far. So it is sending a message to the public of what the priorities are in the work. So I guess that's a flag of, if you're doing the other work, we need to make that visible and meaningful. I think, Robert, you wanted to say something, but then I do just have one more question after that.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a general point really around, so both Councillor Williamson and yourself raise important issues around particular aspects of the maps. And so I think, once you've had a bit more time to study the maps, we'd be happy to take written feedback from members on particular aspects of these maps and future maps that we bring to you. So perhaps just email them to myself in the first instance, I guess, and we'll endeavour to take that on board when we come back to you in the future.
I think I really appreciate that offer. I think it's probably more appropriately sitting with the local boards. We will have knowledge, but they will be the ones who will have the real on the ground stuff.
Sure. So in relation to some of the maps that were presented today, yes, but some of the maps that we will bring you in the future are going to be very much regional in nature with mega projects, things like that. Yeah.
Cool. So perhaps both there then. And the final question I have is, and I think some of the conversation we're having is because maps are really attractive to people, right? We see a map and we want to work out, oh, where do I live on that map? What are the things I recognise? What are the things I've experienced? Like we've talked about some of the specific roads. And so they draw us in and we have these conversations and we notice what's missing and we notice what's highlighted. So I think there's an advantage in using maps. There's also a danger in using maps in terms of how we frame the conversation. So what I am really interested in probably a next iteration again, will be understanding where some of those large destination spaces are that a lot of people are moving in and out of. Obviously, we know about the city centre, right? But there will be other ones. I'm thinking, for example, in my area, I have a school campus that has 3 schools on it. Robert will be very familiar. And other facilities on it. About 4,000 or 5,000 people a day move in and out of that site. There'll be industrial areas where, again, large numbers of people moving in and out. So I would really like to see some mapping of how we're thinking about those particular areas too, in terms of some of this other stuff as well. So is that something that's in the background now, coming in the future?
Yeah, we have had a go at that, and the question is kind of where you draw the thresholds for picking that up, because I appreciate that, the likes of a couple of schools, very big destinations at a sub-regional level, but when you start to plot a whole lot of those onto a map at a regional level, it all just tends to wash out. We have an awareness of that when we do our technical level work. So we can think about that. I guess one of the trade-off questions we'll be facing, particularly in this initial work, is for engaging with government and setting out some of the big priorities, at what level do we kind of want to pitch this work? Because totally recognise tactical, sub-regional, local board, whole lot of issues that we need to be aware of. We as Auckland Transport and Council are working to track those. It's for this work, do you want to be at a level above that for engaging with government? I suspect is one of the challenges that we need to work through.
I think that's a really useful answer. Thanks, Hamish. I think I'd be really interested in that discussion about the threshold, because that's something I hadn't considered. Thank you.
Mayor Brown, could you finish off the questioning here, please?
Yeah, righto. Thanks. I've enjoyed listening to the questions and these things. This is kind of as a result of something I drove right from when I arrived as mayor, that Auckland needed to have an integrated transport plan, and because, as the questions will show, everyone dives into the weeds straight away. And this is about high level to provide some perspective. It's taken quite a while to even get the people at AT and Auckland Council to realise that a map is a good way to actually spread things out. You're right, Julie, that people attract people, but they also attract clarity. The main reasons that it hasn't come back to Angela's point about the refer back is because we had a succession of changes of ministers of transport. I made a bit of projects with the first one, and that stopped, and the next one was a little bit, and then we just got a new one. And it's trying to, this is the whole point of this integrated transport plan, is that Auckland will show out here what we generally have, what's to fix, and what we want to do over the next 20 or 30 years, rather than having kind of 3-year government ideas being dropped on us from lurching from one pro-cycleway to pro-trucks or cars and back and forward. And why is it at the big level? Because what's driving that is the money. And so I know that those of you who love cycling, and I'm not opposed to that either as well, but we've spent too much money on it and haven't got enough for it. But it's more about the really big things that people neglect. When something goes wrong, people worry about freight, not people. You know, when the Brynderwan stopped, the people of the north are worried about their groceries far more than about people. So we have freight in here, when there was never, no map ever about what the freight was. Then we've got these other people in Wellington telling us that we're going to grow to Auckland and have all this other thing. So that the map about the 10-year context is very good. It's high level. Where will the people be living? What are the big areas we're generating? Rather than, and so if there's a problem with walkers and cyclists getting on a walkway, well, that's something that should be dealt with at that local level. And we've got to make some rules about this. This is to try and make sure that we don't just get dumped on us massive removals or injections of cash which are not in line with what we as an area want. So I'm trying. So we are doing. There is one here that I've seen that isn't on here, which is opportunities, which does show things like the ferries and other bits and pieces, and probably answers some of Councillor Baker's thing. It is very much a work in progress. So that if you put your inputs, put on your big Auckland hat with the inputs in here, rather than, you know, there's a bit of a problem in a particular area where you were or weren't a local board person beforehand. That's what we're trying to do here. We're trying to defend, get Auckland back in charge of Auckland, because we've lost our way. Wellington's now telling us what to do. That's a big step. What are the big things that we want? And so the three words that come with this is high level and perspective. I want to see things in perspective. What are we trying to do? So I'd like to commend the work that you're doing. I realise that this didn't get along quite as far as well because you got derailed with the GPS just recently, but we are refocusing on this big time. So let's have everybody's input there in writing, but try and see it as how we're going to fix Auckland region. That's my big point. So thanks very much for hosting this, chairperson. I know it's a little bit unprepared, and that's largely the GPS completely derailed all of you people for about a month, and good on you for that. So I'll leave it there. Thanks very much for that, and cheers.
Okay, I'll just say at this point, we have some other presenters who've got a strict timeline today. This item's been going for nearly an hour, so it'd be good if we could just very quickly finish our feedback from the couple of councillors that want to do that, and that's Bartley, Darby and Fletcher, I think.
Oh, thank you, Chair. I just had a question, really. It was, I actually really appreciate this work. I think it's really good to show us the gaps in our system. And I wanted to know, how can we use this to prioritise the gaps that we need to fill or fix with our transport system? Like what are the factors that we can hold on to when we're making decisions about where we fix things? Like, are we going to prioritise where there's massive intensification or where there's been long time inequities and no infrastructure there? So that was my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, the maps and Future Connect was one of the reasons that we originally built these maps was to help us with prioritisation, to understand. And there's a whole bunch of work that we won't talk to today that kind of goes through all the deficiencies and opportunities on the network and says which are the worst, which have the most significance. And that's essentially what's underpinned some of these and that kind of overarching 10-year map. So we certainly do draw on the work on deficiencies when we're thinking about prioritisation. Just a point that I should have added at the start, sorry. Because of this issue about, we're targeting reasonably high level maps, there's an enormous amount of Auckland Transport's program that doesn't show up on these maps. And that's a decision that we've kind of made because, again, if you start to put a lot of detail in, everything washes out and you miss the high level. So the maps are designed to kind of focus on a high level conversation.
I think that point's been well made a number of times now. Councillor Darby.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, team. So we've got maps galore. We've got freight plans, cycle plans, arterial route plans. The rest goes on. We've got future development strategy. All that's there. So everything's hanging on the word integrated here. What is the key difference between what we already had, and some of us maybe aren't familiar with all the plans, or maybe I'm a bit more familiar, and what we've got now? What is the fundamental difference? Because a lot of weight is being given on this great integrated transport plan, but how different is it? What's the nub of the difference? And what is the value being amplified by having it integrated?
So some of my colleagues may want to comment as well, but for me, one of the big differences is the 30-year focus. Previous ATAPs, RLCP, and so on have a 10-year focus. And that's quite critical when you're talking about projects that take so long to plan, fund, and then deliver. And it's also quite critical in terms of understanding the challenges that are facing the region as well. So for me, that's a really key point of difference between this and previous pieces of work. And when you're kind of looking that far out, it by its nature forces you to take that kind of integrated view. So although we might be presenting you with quite a number of different maps, we are having to consider all these different networks as a whole and how they interact with each other. And that will be part of our analysis over the next couple of months, and then in much more detail in the months after that when we work with central government. So I don't know if anyone else has got anything to add to that, but that's kind of what stands out to me.
I think that's a good answer, Robert.
So that is the difference. That is limited to that.
Well, there might be other things I'm not thinking of, but that's the main thing that sticks out for me.
So from Auckland Transport's point of view, Hamish, what is the big difference between all the plans that you had, which were possibly looking at like in disparate locations, but they're always joined up, and they were always considered by your planning teams as integrated? What is the big difference in your eyes at Auckland Transport now?
I think the value here is that, as Robert said, most of our recent engagements over the last couple of ATAP cycles with the government have been focused on capital planning. And I think that's, and funding, and, that's appropriate. But what I understand of this and what we're trying to achieve is to put a lot more on the table, and particularly around other tools, funding tools, things like time of use charging, parking strategy, put all of those things into the mix. So we're not just thinking about, even though it's very important, what's the funding, what are the key capital projects, but also what are the changes in legislation, what are the pricing tools, what are the other mechanisms and levers that, that will help with this. And so we haven't had a chance to have that integrated discussion since ATAP 2016, which I think was something much more like an integrated plan. So it's an opportunity to put it all back on the table, you know, after about 8 years since that 2016 ATAP.
Okay, thank you for that. And finally, Councillor Fletcher.
Oh, to a degree, Councillor Darby has touched on this matter, but how difficult is it getting major infrastructure projects off the ground with 3-year electoral cycles?
Very.
A lovely succinct answer. How difficult has it been to take into account the bigger picture? You know, Councillor Darby's referring to the, you know, the plethora of plans that we've got, but a plan that, without getting into too much of the weeds at the moment, at a high level, strategic level, will give us greater leverage in negotiations with central government. Have we had such a plan in the past?
I don't believe so, no.
No. So this will help advance the case for the Auckland region, perhaps in a way was intended through amalgamation back in 2010.
Yes, we should have got you to answer Councillor Darby's question, Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to move or second this item, and in doing so commend all of those, including the Mayoral Office, for the work that they've undertaken to get it to this point.
Okay, so we have the recommendation there moved by Councillor Fletcher, seconded by the Mayor. I think we've had a good shot at getting various comments and questions out there. I'll go straight to putting it then. All those in favour? Against?
Aye.
Carried. Thank you for your presentation. We're a little behind schedule, folks, so we will call up Auckland Transport. Apologies for the delay to the various AT members here today. Dean Kimpton, and we also have a number of other staff available for questions on temporary traffic management. Welcome, Dean, and over to you.
I think it's still morning, so morena everybody. Good to be here again. I'm just mindful of time, Chair, so I've got a few comments I want to make at the front end, but I think the substance is in the topical updates, so we'll aim for those. I'll move quickly through the balance. And if those that are here, and I do have some staff to assist with more full understanding, they can come forward in the sequence that we are doing things. And maybe on that note, the first one is, I was going to do the ferry program, and then Mark Lambert, you're doing the time of use one. Okay. You'll see that what we're going to cover off. I'll just spin across the top on some of the recent highlights. And actually, I've added one in that's not on the slide there. Statement of intent. I know this was the subject of good discussion when we presented the quarterly business update. But the statement of intent and our performance against those measurables. We are now meeting or exceeding 16 of our targets. There's only 2 that we're not. If I can just highlight, of those that were met, there was a lot of discussion, particularly around our procurement spend for Maori business. We're now ahead of the target. We're sitting at 2.11% compared to our target of 2%. And I indicated that I wanted to get to the bottom of how we measured it. And in all these things, are swings and roundabouts, but we are ahead. So I'm very pleased to be able to say that, hence the emphasis. On the other 2 that we have not quite achieved against, our timetabling for public transport services is 86% versus 87%. There has been challenges with timetables. That was at the end of February. part of the challenge was with the train service, and our capital spend is at 87% versus 90%. So with all those, we're very close, and our target is to meet or exceed all of our objectives. You'll see those bullet points there. We saw more people move through our corridors, even though congestion was slightly up over the month of February. The Western Express is, I was going to say going like a rocket. That's probably not quite the right expression, but it's going like a full bus, and there's good patronage there, so we're very pleased with that. There has been a lot of events across Auckland, and we have supported all of those. There was some media which I quite frankly was a bit annoyed about concerning Pink. But the fact is that we met all of our KPI commitments in regards to people waiting and then leaving that location over the Pink concert. And just to dwell on it very briefly, the wait time before somebody get off the site was varied between 10 minutes and 45 minutes on the Saturday, and between 10 minutes and 50 minutes on the Friday, and then on the Saturday it was between 10 and 50, and the precinct was cleared within an hour and 15 to an hour and 30. Those were longer times than what we normally plan for, but the bus hub on Eden Park site itself was not available to us, and there was only one platform at the train station. So I think the team did very well, and I want to highlight that. Recent challenges, there's a lot of work going on the capital program. You've had a long discussion around the integrated transport plan, but when you take a change in regional fuel tax, you've got a government policy statement that's shifted the funding settings, and we're coming into an RLTP, and there's a lot of other acronyms I can throw at this. The team is working very hard to get rationale into what we're investing on and the why, and respecting what we've committed to. In terms of strategic issues and opportunities, to be fair, I think I should just take this as read. We're working well on the integrated transport plan. I support the discussion that we had. Reiterate, it came from certain quarters. We have to lift our line of sight. This is 30 to 50 years. There's the 10-year RLTP is focused on what we need to do to improve our current network, but where we put the big interventions across Auckland to deliver outcomes for Aucklanders and in turn the New Zealand economy is for me one of the key purposes of that integrated Auckland transport plan. You'll see that we're working on group shared services. This is about efficiency and reducing the burden on taxpayers. Fair share, you'll be aware of this. This is effectively a business-to-business relationship. This is Auckland Transport working with big employers where they are choosing to subsidise public transport and encourage their staff to use it as a way of moving backwards and forwards into the workplace. The benefit to them is they demonstrate reduced carbon footprint, and they also reduce their cost because they don't have to provide as many car parks. And we will touch on time of use and technology options when we go to that time of use charging update. Just some topical updates. I know there's always been a lot of interest in the ferry program and its electrification. You'll see there we've got two of those passenger ferries currently being built and supported significantly by ECA funding, and they are due over the next 12 to 24 months. We're working very hard to get charging infrastructure in place, and installation of the first charger is due out at Half Moon Bay later this year, with further work being done on what will be required at the downtown ferry terminal, Hobsonville Point. And you'll see the launch dates for those new ferries. So that will be a pretty exciting time, and it's certainly leading technology. On that note, rather than I'm happy to stop for questions on what I've said, Chair, and then go into the other topical updates. What would you prefer?
I think, Dean, we'll just go through and do it, and then just open it up.
So maybe Mark, if you can join us, and Mark Lambert that is, on time of use. And then we've got Chris Martin on dynamic lanes, and then Tracy Burkhan and Mark Banfield on TTM. But come up one at a time, that'll be great. Mark, time of use.
Cool. Thank you, Dean. Good morning, Chair, Mayor, Councillors. A quick update on time of use. We've held our first political reference group, which was a good meeting. We received good feedback. Thank you to those members of that. As a result of that, we're just finalising our work plan for the first 2 stages of that programme. First stage is to get us ready for public consultation, noting the feedback that we have received, and we are seeking legal advice on what level of public consultation we will need to go through. But on the assumption we will need to do that, aiming for the first stage to get ready for that by around October this year. In parallel, looking at stage 2, which will be to take us through to procurement of a scheme, depending on what that scheme is, in accordance with policy, by early next year, and certainly to the target to be ready to procure when the legislation is eventually enabled, the legislation being the critical path. So we are engaging with the Ministry of Transport on that timing, and seeking to, through the Mayor's office, get copies of legislation as well, so we can really get into that and provide our Auckland view. In parallel to those 2 stages, which is getting ready for a public consultation and to procure the scheme following legislation enactment, looking to progress extensive stakeholder and public engagement to start setting the scene to build social licence. And we're also looking at, again, following feedback from the political reference group, how can we try and get some physical progress on the ground during that time to actually show what we're talking about, to enable that engagement with the public, and to look at different options as well. We're just confirming through existing AT funding OPEX availability for the next 6 to 9 months. And we've set up the framework for a number of work streams which will need to work in parallel over the next 6 to 12 months. We've identified team leaders, we've identified a number of staff and resources around that, and work has commenced on some of those key work streams. Those being policy and strategy, building on existing policy through the congestion question, which the Ministry of Transport developed. On the basis of that will allow us to accelerate the confirmation of the ultimate option that we are seeking to put in, rather than reinvent the wheel. That needs to be refined to represent all options that we are currently talking about, including motorway charging and access to the motorway, which is not explicitly referenced in that piece of policy work, so we do need to update that and bring that option into the mix. We've set up our legal and commercial work stream, which is preparing for engagement with the Ministry on the future legislation. And as I've mentioned, the comms and engagement. How can we engage with both stakeholders and the public to start building that consensus as the legislation and the options are progressed. Next key milestone will be to come back through our board and the political reference group and to this meeting to confirm the long list of options and how we're going to progress quickly to a short list and a recommendation. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Mark. Chris Martin, can you come forward and give us an update on dynamic lanes and streets? Thank you. How about if I click you through with that? And
Morning, Chair. Chris Martin. On dynamic streets, we've been looking at, we looked at the beginning about 180 different main corridors around Auckland. We picked a few. The first one to go, the next one to go will be Maora Street, where we've finished consultation, been supported with the local board, and now we're going to the detailed design to finalise that by the end of this financial year, which is June. And then we'll go into procurement in early next, from July onwards with the gantries and get that going. We also looked at Great North Road. That one we want to do after. It's going to go into detailed design while we are delivering the Maora Street one. Another So I think Auckland's very used to dynamic lanes, but they're becoming a bit more complicated. We're also now looking at dynamic timing. So can we use the same piece of road at different times of day for different uses? And there we're trialling Main Highway, where it'll go in phases. The first phases, which will go live next month, is do people recognise the signs? And then after that, it's operating from 7 to 10. After that, we'll start, depending on congestion, algorithms will then change the signage of the use of the road. Is it a bus lane for later, or do we bring it back earlier in the future? That will have, I think, implications for all of Auckland. If you look at Onawa Road, that's an example where we can change the time of day from a T2, T3 as it gets more congested to bus lane and then back down. So we think there'll be a lot of gains from that. We're also then looking in the future. Park Road is an area that we're looking at investigating dynamics roads right now, Dairy Flat Highway and Ellerslie Panmure Highway as well. Those two will be for general vehicles, Park Road potentially for bus dynamic lane. We're also doing a whole lot of studies. We've looked at Dominion Road and all those other corridors. We've looked at them from a dynamic lane point of view, and at the moment we don't think it's a solution, but we're looking at dynamic timings and we're looking at those corridors. Is any improvement we can do from our technology that we put onto the SCATs to improve the management system of the signals, to clearways, etc. And we're looking at it at an hourly breakdown, so we can see if we can get little efficiencies there. And we'll update you when we progress with that.
Okay, sorry. Thanks. And if I can invite Tracy and Mike Banfield forward, and we'll give you an update on temporary traffic management. Thank you.
I'll do the first two. Good morning. Just a little update on the temporary traffic management improvement program. You will have all received last night from my office an elected members update on the TTM program, which has got a lot more detail than the presentation today. So happy to take questions from those of you that have had a chance to look at it today, but also fire through any other offline questions. Happy to take those for each of the areas you're interested in. But our Spotlight initiative, this meeting, is our live monitoring of active temporary traffic management sites. We launched that during the wonderful time of March Madness and actually had initially daily stand-ups and then 3 days a week stand-ups, identifying actually live sites on the network that were causing congestion at any given time. We monitored closely 50 arterials and any known work sites that were likely to cause us congestion, often highlighted by members of your communities to us. That was really successful. We're now looking at how we have a sustainable way to keep that live eyes on the network going forward, with a focus on getting ahead of the congestion curve as opposed to waiting until it turns to custard before we do something. Our new initiatives as we roll forward into the next couple of months turn a little bit inward. We're looking at how we assess contractors coming to us with risk-based site-specific applications, so that departure from our code of practice, more in line with the New Zealand Guide to Temporary Traffic Management. How is AT going to deal with those? How, as the Road Controlling Authority, do we discharge our responsibility under the Health and Safety at Work Act, but also to the communities that we serve in assessing whether those contractors have put in a risk-based application that we can support or not, and what does that look like when we go out and audit those, because we don't have the rule book anymore, so it's a little bit dynamic. So looking at how we support AT staff and our contractors and developers when they bring us those applications. That's both those points there. And currently we're running a number of workshops internally to let our people know what NZG TTM means to them, and supporting the whole of the industry move towards these new approaches. I think Mark's going to talk further to that, investigating the further options to reduce the cost of TTM. I think we've got one more slide. These are just the finished initiatives that we brought you in previous updates. But interesting to report that the amendments to the corridor access fee schedule have not resulted in a vast amount more revenue for Auckland Transport. What it's done is actually seen a change in behaviour from the applicants. When they get their fee quote for particularly occupying parts of the corridor, they've said, hang on a second, we don't need that much space if it's going to cost that much. And so that's a success for us. It would be lovely to have additional revenue, but actually we want smaller footprints for less time on the network rather than the moolah. So that's been an interesting exercise so far, although that only came into play in October 2023, and we had a few of the legacy applications rolling through. So it will be very interesting to see the March result, which is imminent, to see whether the activity over the autumn increases the revenue as well as better compliance in that space. That's all I really have there. Thank you.
Thanks. Mark. Yeah, good morning. So taking on from where Tracy left off, just a bit of a snapshot, if you will, of the current scenario and focus areas for us in terms of trying to reduce traffic management cost. Some key points that I want to cover off are that we're bundling work across our delivery portfolio where possible. Some examples of this recently include Great North Road, Point Chev, Miola Road. In these sites where we're combining active mode, public transport upgrades and much needed road renewals. It's important to note that across our larger programs of work, we're broadly achieving our targets of around 10% and actually coming in under in many respects. Some examples of these include Great North Road, stage 1, slightly over at 12%, Point Chev, Miola, coming in at about 6.9%, and Eastern Busway, a larger program where you can see the economy of scale and the efficiencies that you get in these types of examples at 4.6%. Where a real challenge for us is in the cost side of things for traffic management is around the smaller bespoke sort of one-off projects. On these projects, typically ranging from 20 to 30% in extreme examples, sometimes more. And this is really where we're trying to focus our efforts at the moment, putting in some key controls in the field in terms of how we deliver these, stopping these, reviewing these projects, trying to drive them by way of example. Our speed management program, we're seeing reductions in cost from 17% down to about 11% on average. Yeah, next slide. So some examples of what we've done in the field. Here's a recent example of a precast raised pedestrian crossing in Kumia, adjacent to Main Road. This was actually done in one night shift. Traffic management cost, minimal, small percentile, one night, very little disruption. Another example, Ponsonby, Pompelia, example here. What we did here, this would have previously been an arduous, painful experience for the local community at 60 days if you'd taken a traditional approach. What we've done here is we've shortened that down to 2 super weekends where we've done that over early in the new year, where lots of engagement with local community, local board, finding acceptable times to minimise the impacts of this type of activity. Pleasing to see that we've got the traffic management costs down there. Previously would have been 31%, down to sub 10%. And importantly, overall project cost with the efficiency gains of doing such things down by 19%. Next, please, Dean. Here's an example of Mangere Bridge gate trial. This is using, Tracy referred to NZG TTM, or Guide to Temporary Traffic Management. This is allowing us to risk assess more on a case-by-case basis using common sense approach rather than a broad brush thou shalt approach with the likes of Coptum. What we're looking to do here is actually a 24-hour priority giveaway for 3 days to do this project. If you just click to the next slide, please, Dean, you'll see the layout here. What you have here essentially is what you might see on some of our sort of more regional roads where you have a priority giveaway over, let's say, a local bridge, one-way bridge, for example. Traditionally, this would require a stop-go under Coptum type arrangements where you'd have 2 personnel sitting on stop-go panels. It's the cost of those personnel and the disruption thereof. What we have here is essentially an unmanned arrangement where it's safe and applicable to do so. You can set this up and actually have that work site available for the construction activities to occur without needing that ongoing, staff labour cost. So again, this brings the cost dramatically down, particularly on the smaller sites where there's a small value associated with the work per se, but what that means is the traffic management cost is obviously untenably high. When you look at it in percentages, it starts getting out of hand at 20, 30, 40%, which none of us like. So this year, we're yet to do this. It's planned, I think, in April to occur. So we're looking forward to seeing what we can try and get that down to as an outcome. Next, please. More use of closure periods where we can do that. Here's an example from our school Safe Speeds program, where we plan to close again with lots of community consultation, engagement, support from local residents, local board to do such things. Under our legacy approach, we'd be causing a lot more disruption. Traffic management costs would be higher, typically on something like this, 17%, I would say, and it wouldn't take much for that to creep over that and head into the 20s with a few rainy days thrown in between. With this revised approach, we can do this with, in a quicker time frame and bring that traffic management cost right down. Sorry, back there, Dan. Yeah. Hey, so here's a good example of these are not just one-offs. We're taking a thorough approach in the business. We're really, capturing these things through our systems and control process that we're following in the business. Here's some examples where pre-review, legacy Coptum approach, what the traffic management costs might have looked like, and post our review, what we expect that traffic management to look like, with an average sitting around the 17%, coming down towards that 11%. An important part of this is actually not just looking at those numbers, but it's the contractual arrangements that we're driving in Auckland Transport in terms of how we deliver work. Previously, panel contracts have had traffic management very much on a time and expense basis of how we incur that cost. So completely the wrong incentive, essentially. If you're a traffic management business, you would very much enjoy the duration of the traffic management on the project to go up rather than down. By changing that now to fixing those commercial arrangements to lump sum fixed price contracts, essentially transferring that risk of performance of those costs back to the contractor, they are therefore incentivised to shorten the duration rather than lengthen the duration. Here's a wee example of some of our collaboration with Vector in relation to some of our crossing sites that were sitting for far too long without power connection and comms connection, and just a wee example of collaboration with Vector, which one of the great outcomes here is that we've actually managed to get an online portal prioritisation into Vector, which allows us to prioritise all future power connections with Vector in a more systemised approach. So next steps, where we're heading, we've got to continue a tenacious approach, and I say it's that. We've got a lot of sites, we've got a lot of stuff going on. Capturing all of these things is not easy, so it requires the teams involved to not give up on the fight, so to speak, and to sort of try and embed and drive that change rather than just make it a one-shot wonder, so to speak. We need to bed it in. Another key work on at the moment is to actually understand the whole capital program. What does it look like across the whole program? So we've seen and cited some examples there, some good examples on the bigger stuff, sub 10%. We're getting good economy of scale and efficiency. But in the smaller stuff, you lose that efficiency. So what does that look like across our portfolio? And we'd aim to have that in due course and then track and trace that. So another important part of this is we're very much catching the downstream effect of our projects out the back end, so to speak, when they're ready for construction. Some of these are long-term duration projects. They go from the multi-year programs, projects, etc. So we're working our way upstream more to make sure that we're capturing good outcomes early in the piece when these programs are consented, designed, that we've got this frame of mind in place so that we're not ending up with a retrospective approach to how we do it. Thanks very much.
Very good. So, apologies. Happy to take any questions. We've had quite a full overview, and the team will come up as required. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Dean. With that, Councillor Simpson.
Thank you, Auckland Transport. That was very, very interesting. Look, I've got 3 questions on 3 different subjects. My first one is just going back to your comments around pink. I never drive to Eden Park. I always use public transport, and train is my public transport choice, just for convenience where I live. I've got a question though, and I didn't have any trouble. I didn't seem to wait for ages. I don't know why, but it just sort of worked for me. But can I just ask, one of the things I did notice, do you have a wait problem on the Kingsland station? Because I did notice that the people were holding, that your people were holding people actually getting up onto the station. Do you have a sort of a, is there a wait problem, or do you have a look at how many people are standing on the station? Is that an issue, or?
You're talking about a wait time, not or actual physical load.
WEIGHT, yeah.
I'm not specifically aware, but except to say I would have thought if I'm trying. I'm not sure if there's somebody behind me that can better answer.
That was one of the causes for timing, because they seem to hold people back.
Yeah, there'll be an issue if you're overcrowding the train platform. I think it's got to do with safety at the platform. You're better off holding them in the street than having them on the bridge and up the ramp and on the platform itself. So I suspect it's that. Yep. And we only had one platform operating. That was that compounded people management. 30,000 people though moved in an hour.
As I said, I didn't personally have an issue myself. My next question then is around changing it to ferries. And can you confirm that the next cruise season will not see the same issues with cancellations of ferries, particularly in peak times, especially in morning?
There's a lot of work going on with Roger Gray, myself and Stacey Vanderputten, and Andrew Hayton, the Harbour Master, and we've got a game plan in place for how we want to manage cruise and the conflict between ferry services. The specifics of it I don't have at hand, but I'm happy to come back and confirm what that is.
Could we just look at that next month, please, Chair? Because if it's come to me, let alone you guys, who use ferries more than in my ward, but if it's come to me and it has with multiple things, I just think we need to put something out about what we're doing about it that'd be useful.
So happy to add that to the agenda. We'll give a brief update through the CE report, and it'll just confirm what we've agreed.
Thank you. And my final question is on traffic management costs. I think you're doing a great job there. But just can you confirm that we're doing something to help the little community events like Anzac Days, etc., around the ongoing costs of traffic management when it's the same event in the same place at the same time, and yet every time they seem to pay a fortune for that? Are we looking at that?
Absolutely. We've got a special events team that assist with planning those traffic management applications for those communities, and they also were extending to them. We're putting all of our people through the training to look at those with particular site-specific risk-based approach, as opposed to the old rule book where you had to have 100 cones and not allow marshals on certain corners that weren't STMS trained. So that's definitely part of the purview. The other thing we're doing is we're actually making the system easier to operate, where we've now got a light touch network application, which in the past those people had to fill out the same number of questions as if you were digging out Fanshawe Street, and so we're actually making it easier to apply, but we will need a lot more hands-on approach for those small community events where they'll have to work in conjunction with an AT events team member to look at the risks associated with their event, but they will be given the same opportunities to have a pragmatic approach to their temporary traffic management, particularly if we're working on streets that are not high volume or high traffic streets.
Thank you. Just to follow up if I can on that one. So will it be cheaper for communities who put on sort of the likes of Anzac Day would it be cheaper? Because the other concern that has come through is not only the amount of cones, but obviously that associated cost. So what I'm trying to find out is if you have a little Anzac, well, it's not so little, but if you have an Anzac Day, for example, in St Heliers, it's the same place, same location, all the time. You know, how do we make it more cost effective for the communities that are putting on those events?
So part of the cost is actually the number of devices that you deploy to the system. So you would imagine if you had a streamlined approach to that, the cost would come down. It's hard to answer that question in a broad brush way, because when you go site specific, you then understand that some will be much cheaper depending on where they are and what the people are proposing, and some may be the same price as they are now. So the team will be working with those event organisers though to come up with that sweet spot, that win-win, where you can be more pragmatic but also hopefully lower costs. It remains to be seen whether everything will be cheaper, and I don't think that that's achievable, because, as you say, sort of the farmers' parade still has to go down Queen Street. The Santa parade still has to go down Queen Street. So there will be constraints at the amount that we can save.
Thank you, Chair, because, you know, when you're running the same event year after year, still have to fill out the same form, whereas you think, can't we just get a 3-year approval and you know, cut the cost down and just say it's going to be X and know what it is. So I really appreciate your work you're doing in that space. Thank you.
We continue to work through that with people.
Councillor Leone.
Kia ora, thank you for your presentation, and I've got about 3 questions too. The first one that I just wanted to ask is the work that you're doing to get our cars off the roads, and I know that I've just seen recently there's a partnership that's happened with KFC and the Blues to promote the free transport to that game. Are we looking at any other alternatives to help get more cars off roads and use public transport?
Our objective is to reduce congestion on the roads, and so that those that need to use the cars can, and freight can move, etc., etc. And a really important part of that is the move to public transport, walking and cycling. So I would say a lot of what we do is aligned with that objective. All of our promotion for public transport, the council's commitment to subsidising public transport, its commitment to walking and cycling aligns with that. With the KFC promotion, but it's not the only one, that's just to make it interesting and different and attract people so they actually get to use it once, if not more times, and just break down the barriers to doing this. Our open loop or using digital payment cards will be an important part of that. We expect to see with digital payments 2, 3, 5% increase in patronage just because we've made it easier to get on the bus, train or ferry. So look, a lot of what we do is aligned with exactly what you've described. And the KFC promotion is just one really small part of it.
Just to follow on from that one, like an example that I'm thinking of is if we know that we've got high like people driving from West Auckland to South Auckland, and we're looking at the time frame that it takes versus public transport, have we done any comparison work on that and how we can highlight that through comms to say that it would be a similar time on public transport, for example?
Look, in general terms, yes, and what part of our business case, and I'll take Eastern Busway as a working example, although it's not the West Auckland to South Auckland example, but we did it on the Western Express as well. Part of the promotion is telling people how much time they will save by being in the bus over sitting in their car. I find it extraordinary. I catch the bus down Noni Road every morning, and I get down that road, and I'm into work in 10 minutes. That's top of Oniwa to Viaduct in 10 minutes. There'll be no change out of 30 minutes for sitting in the same car, for a car on the same road at the same time. So that is a constant part of how we're trying to promote or help people understand they can make choices where that best suits them.
For the North Shore.
Pardon me, I didn't.
So that's why the North Shore has the best bus transport.
Might be good to get...
Maybe I shouldn't have given that example. I think that example applies in many, many places. And where we've got constraints, and I know that we've got, on the Western Express, we've got constraints where we go between Laker Road and the State Highway, and we're working very hard with the NZTA to remove those constraints because we know what the value add is to people's lives if they can get in and out more quickly in mass rapid transit.
Thank you. It's probably just about maybe doing an offline session with you around the comms, how that's going.
Welcome there.
Yeah, and just a couple more. So just around the how we're tracking with emissions. I know this was brought up in the previous presentation, but how are we going there with what we're on, what we're hoping to achieve?
Oh, well, I can't answer that question off the top of my head. I can answer it generically for now, but I can't answer the specifics because I just don't have it. But Auckland Transport, along with Auckland Council, remains committed to decarbonising our transport system. And so electrification of the ferries, electrification of the buses, encouraging people onto those electrified forms of public transport are inherently a part of that emission reduction commitment. I do think it's time for us to look at our emissions reduction plan in terms of to what extent or what pace can we deliver against that, because the funding has changed. That's the real answer. But the direction that we are going has not changed.
Okay, and just a final last one, just around the heated tracks. Are we on track to sort that out for this summer?
Sorry, I missed that.
I know it's Kiwi Rail, but we're working in partnership, aren't we, regarding the heated tracks? Yeah.
Sorry, heat-related impacts on the rail system. I missed what you said. Kiwi Rail has made good progress on that. We're really pleased with what they've done. Will it be an issue next season? Could well be, but I expect it to be significantly less.
Thank you.
Councillor Leone. Councillor Walker.
Just got a question on the ferries, particularly the 200 passenger battery electric ferries. Is it possible to have some information just around how the budget, the costs are panning out for those ferries, and whether there are any changes to the design?
Yes, you're talking about the procurement of the current round of procurement for, we've got a mix of electric and diesel refurb ferries.
I'm talking about your ferry program, specifically quote, 200 passenger battery electric ferries are being designed and built in Auckland. Yeah.
So we can give you an update, EV Marine's doing those, we can give you an update on how the specific new ferry program is going. Yep.
And then the other question I've got just for Mark Lambert, and it goes to time of use charging. Has there been any modelling done around time of use charging as it goes to the congestion in the network? Because my observation this morning, for example, I came in around 6 o'clock, is you've got congestion continuously, over quite a span. And is time of use charging just going to make the shoulders even worse?
Did you get the question?
I think so. I think the short answer is yes. There will.
Question around modelling.
Yeah.
Have we got some?
We've got some from previous policy work, which I referenced earlier, and that policy work will not be completely revisited, but we'll look at the assumptions and everything that was done at the time to do that as quickly as possible, but also look at current congestion on the network to make sure that the options that we put forward and the solutions try and address those as best they can.
It would be helpful to have some information if you've got some. I'd like that. Thank you.
Councillor Sayers.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. My question's around the dynamic laning, and I'm a very big fan, just by way of quick feedback, very big fan of dynamic laning. I see it operating extremely well on that Whangaparo Peninsula, and I'm very kind of excited to see that there's a road within the Rodney Ward that's been identified as potential there. But my question goes around, how could we approach Waka Kotahi or NZTA about dynamic laning And I'm specifically thinking about that where those special housing area went in at Kimu, and there's very bad congestion between Kimu and Brigham's Creek out there on State Highway 16. And, you know, the local board, the community, myself, always have kind of wanted, or trying to find an avenue to lobby NZTA to look at the potential of dynamic laning on that stretch of road. So is there any way you could help there or assist in that, potentially having that looked at?
Yes. Through the chair, yes, this program that I deliver is a joint program with NZTA, and we will bring that up through our program and investigate.
Thanks for that response. Much appreciated. Councillor Turner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just going back to the road traffic control, really good to hear that progress is being made on this. And it kind of partly on the back of the Deputy Mayor. Is it correct, am I correct that the temporary traffic management rules were changed by the government to a completely new and much less stringent regime?
Musical chairs, sorry. Did you want me to take that one?
You go first.
So, yes, you are correct in a way. New Zealand Transport Agency, Waka Kotahi, used to be the keeper of the Code of Practice for Temporary Traffic Management, and it was a best practice national system, not compulsory, but actually it's fair to say over the last 20 years the whole of the country has used that as their guide to temporary traffic management. About 18 months ago now, Waka Kotahi signalled that they were no longer supporting the prescriptive guide and would not be also providing a national credentials program for temporary traffic management staff. And so they have now promulgated a new guide which is more principles based, which we call the New Zealand Guide to Temporary Traffic Management. And they've rolled it out with their contractors, whereby they are taking a site-specific risk-based approach to each of their major contracts in practice, and the contractor is the one that bears the risk of putting in appropriate temporary traffic management for their sites. That has now meant that the whole rest of the country and all of the other road controlling organisations have to also adapt to no longer having a national framework.
Okay, thank you. And Auckland Transport is the consent provider for all traffic control activities in Auckland, is that correct?
For the non-motorway roads, so there are 3 road controlling authorities in Auckland. The airport have their own roads and they're their own road controlling authority. AT for non-motorways and New Zealand Transport Agency for the motorway network that runs through Auckland.
And does Auckland Transport see that consenting process as a positive to budget income generator?
It is, yes. Under the legislation, the Local Government Act, we are only allowed to recover costs. It would be so we're not able to be a profit centre, but we do recover all of our costs for that activity.
So I suppose my comment is please don't let a conflict of interest affect there. Let's make sure that the savings attempts that you apply to your own projects goes right across the board to treescape, to even those individual householders who are trying to concrete the approach apron to their driveway and now find that the concreting is less than the traffic control. I really commend on what you're doing, but just please spread it right across the board. Thank you.
We'll take that as a comment. Councillor Henderson.
Thank you. One question on dynamic lanes and a couple on time of use charging. So maybe we'll do dynamic first, yeah? All right, thank you. Yeah, look, it's a real basic question, but I think it's an important one. How were the streets selected for dynamic lanes? What's the criteria?
Through the chair, there's a few criteria. One, there's got to be a peak flow of congestion in one direction. If it's both directions, there's got to be road space to add another lane. So sometimes it's the flush median where we've taken that. Then there's got to be, at the end point, there's got to be no constriction. There's no use rushing people to pinch point again. then the benefit's gone. So those are some of the things. Then you have to put gantries, so you have to look at the surrounding area, and we're doing in more and more urbanised areas, which is becoming obviously communities that live there object strongly, but everybody passing through very happy.
Well, it looks like very promising work, thank you. That was all, but I've got 2 more on time of use charging, so just swap musical chairs if that's all right. Thank you. So obviously a key issue in time of use charging is equity. What options have we looked at this stage for making the scheme equitable?
Well, to be fair, we haven't started that work yet. We're setting up the team, and that will be part of the work which we will bring back. Yeah, it's a little bit too early for that, but it will be part of the work.
Okay, well, I won't speak, but I'll throw something else in, which was going to be a question. But looking at a situation where funds raised through the communities that are actually paying the time of use charging, and that's invested right back into the public transport, that's probably, I would say, a good thing to investigate. And I don't know if we're at that stage yet, but if we are, that'd be great.
That is built into the plan, and certainly one of the lessons learned from overseas is that you need to be clear on what the objective of the scheme is. It's about congestion, it's not about necessarily revenue generation, but of course it will generate revenue, and therefore you need to be clear when you design the scheme what that revenue will be used for and where it will be allocated, which gets it across the line better with your public and your community engagement.
Sure. Thank you so much. Thanks, Chair.
Member Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dean, just want to congratulate you, your team and AT on surpassing recent procurement targets for Māori. I know our team have had AT in the crucible over procurement targets, and in an effort to keep that positive pressure on, are there any other Māori outcomes that have been met recently that you may like to comment on?
Look, I became aware of that question just shortly before I came on. I forwarded that question on to Lillian Tahuri, and we'll come back with you with feedback. I didn't think I'd do justice by answering off the cuff. I'd like to give a proper answer, so we'll come back to you.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Brown. We have a few other questions. We'd like, in order to accommodate our other presenters today, we'd like to finish this round about 12:30 if possible, folks. So we have a number of questions left, and if you could bear that in mind, that would be very helpful. Councillors Bartley, Darby, Fletcher and Ferry. Councillor Bartley.
Kia ora, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Auckland Transport. First, I wanted to acknowledge what you're doing regarding the pedestrian crossing and the rainbow community with the rainbow buses that are out there. Really appreciate that acknowledgement and celebration of our diverse communities. I wanted to ask a question about the traffic management in regards to the communication of when works are happening on a road. That's so important for the public to be notified well in advance when within the system. Auckland Transport knows that something's going to happen on that road, but it takes a long time for people to know it, and usually they're stuck in traffic because the road's closed and they don't even know what's happening there or why, and then we risk losing social license for projects that we need to have done. So that's my question, because I'm still getting very angry people when, especially around the Glen Innes roadworks that are happening there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bartley. I'm just going to give a very quick overview and then hand to Mark about how we handle specific projects. But what we, and I'm sure that everybody here is aware of it, but there are some 2,000 sites across Auckland that have got temporary traffic management measures in place at any one time. Not all of them are Auckland Transports. Others are allowed to be there as of right. So we can't necessarily communicate for all of them all of the time. Okay? But for ours, we accept responsibility for the need to communicate with communities that are affected. So I thought maybe if I just hand over to Mark to give a more specific response, where is our work that we are doing.
Thanks, Dean. Look, in relation to our work, there's no one-size-fits-all approach. We have a very broad program. We have projects that are related to road renewals and maintenance where we might be disrupting the location for one shift or two shifts. Conversely, we have larger, more complex projects where we're there for a long time. And so the notification periods thereof very much depend on the nature and extent of what end of the spectrum you're at. Noting that any work that we do plan to notify. For example, a basic site with short duration would typically be handled by our contractor partners or suppliers in terms of how they would hand out works notification letters, I believe, circa 3 days in advance. That would be for something which is of short duration, something that doesn't cause a major rift in somebody's life. Conversely, something that's more longer term enduring, some of our larger capital programs have extensive comms engagement strategies around them, and how we do that could be, prior advance and warning months in advance at a minimum, with careful consultation, door knocking, face-to-face, really bespoke approaches, depending on how, what experience our customers will get out of these scenarios.
Councillor Dean here again. Look, if you've got a specific example that's worrying you, just feel free to email it to me.
Will do, thank you.
Councillor Darby.
Councillor Henderson asked my question about time of use charging, and I'll make comments later. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, and may I commend the CEO, Auckland Transport, on his presentation today. I like the strategic overview, but now I'm going to be unashamedly parochial. For 30 years, Artists in Eden, which hosted artists such as the late Don Binney, people like Peter Siddell, operated very effectively out of the Essex Reserve. And it's an event that doesn't just fund, the artist scholarships. It supports the Karikari residency, chamber music festival, where they don't have to come to council and ask for money. But for the last couple of years, it has not been able to be held in the Essex Reserve because of the 5,000 fee for a few cones in and around that area. And the event, after 35 years, has lost its mojo and didn't raise as much money this year. So I just draw it to your attention to say, I know I'm being parochial, but that is one where the traffic management plan was such an overkill that it's just about, it hasn't destroyed it yet, but it has just about destroyed a very fine event.
Look, I'm sorry to hear that. I wasn't aware of the issue, but can I invite you to catch up with me afterwards? Let's understand it. And
I always look forward to catching up with you, and I apologise for being parochial, but I did undertake to the artists, one of whom came to see me, George Belogi, came over Easter and said, look, this is ridiculous. So, I've come all the way to participate. I'm giving my time for young artists, and this has just council gone mad.
Yeah, so look, I invite people, rather than having to raise it in this forum, just pick up the phone and ask me. I'll answer it. We'll go back and have a look and see how we resolve it. I prefer to deal with these in real time rather than wait for a month to come into here to raise the subject. So that offer is always there, and I think other councillors would be aware that I always try and answer as quickly as I can.
Okay, that's good to hear, Dean, and I think there'll probably be a couple take you up on that after the meeting. Councillor Ferry.
Thanks very much. I've got a couple of questions that I'll send to email, mindful of time. The dynamic lanes stuff, but actually I've got a traffic management one, so I'll do that first because you're there. You said something before, Dean, about how some of the people operating in the road corridor have a right to be there. I'm assuming you mean like utility providers. So, and I've recently had an issue with one. Where they have a right to work in the road corridor, do they still have to do a corridor access request?
Most of the time, yes. So they have to talk to us about when and how, as opposed to the fact that they're allowed to be there. But a number of projects for specifically water care, but some of the electricity and telecommunications sectors as well, are done under what we call global approvals. So there's cyclical maintenance, so they don't require a specific corridor access request. And we're actually looking at the globals in this program to look at how we might better manage those, because we actually don't know when they're deploying those works on the network. They only have to notify us retrospectively. So where, and it sort of speaks to Councillor Bartley's point before, sometimes AT isn't aware of the work that's happening in your particular neighbourhood if it's done under either emergency or a global approval. So we are, rest assured, we're looking at the efficiency of those as well. It's a quite a large tentacled beast to get to grips with.
Yeah, that's really interesting, actually. So when we're talking about the corridor access requests, I just want to be clear. My understanding is we're talking about boundary to boundary. We're including the footpath, right? We're not just talking about the drive lanes.
Absolutely.
Okay, because often those, that global approval system seems at odds with dig once, for example.
Sometimes. It's very nuanced, and we would encourage a large piece. Usually the pieces done under global are not long in duration and or particularly invasive. They're those cyclical things where they roll in, replace a manhole cover, move out again. So I take your point, but it depends on specific circumstances. Happy to take any specifics that you would like offline.
Yeah, I don't have any specifics. I'm just interested in continuing this conversation, but probably not now. So following up then, you've given us a lot of great information about proactive work that you're doing in this space. What is the resourcing like for enforcement? Because that's the other piece of this, right? Is when contractors aren't doing either our people or these utility providers, where they aren't doing what they're supposed to be doing or what they've agreed to do, how are we able to enforce that?
So we have 6 people for the entire region. However, we're looking at that in a smarter way. So we respond to customer requests for urgent attendance at sites that customers deem to be particularly disruptive or dangerous. But that initiative where we're actually looking using the ATOC at the network using our cameras is actually proving really fruitful, because it means you can look fast without having to drive there in that carbon emitting vehicle, or sorry, ours are electric now, aren't they? But you take my point. So yes, we have a small audit team, but we're looking at using technology more efficiently to identify issues, and we can actually carry out a fully digital audit now.
So in that cost recovery space that you're looking at, is that something where potentially we might be looking at cost recovery, setting it at a level where we could increase the enforcement resources?
Yes, we're looking to review our fee schedule and that balance between recovering costs annually now, because the landscape and the cost landscape's changing dynamically.
Right, thank you. That's really helpful to understand. The other question I have is in the dynamic lanes. So Great North Road, and it would just be helpful if when you refer to Great North Road, you could put in brackets next to it Waterview, because Great North Road, as we all know, is a very long road. And I think some people erroneously think when we talk about the dynamic lanes that you're talking about the section that we've been talking about for the road improvements was completely, they're quite some distance apart. So that's just a plea. But interested, I thought that I heard you say that the local board was supporting the Waterview one, and my understanding is they haven't actually resolved on that yet.
It was Maiora that I referred to.
It was Maiora, okay,
yes,
cool. Yeah, because that's in the presentation. So the other question I have around that dynamic lane work is how we're communicating the impact of that on active and public transport modes. A lot of the community feedback is around, and this applies to all of those dynamic lane works, but a lot of the public concern is very localised. You sort of mentioned this before. So how are we doing the comms around the benefits for public and active modes, as opposed to people trying to get in and out of their suburb by car, which is the main concern I'm coming across?
through the chair, councillor, yes. So there's always trade-offs, and we explain the trade-offs, which is benefits to maybe one mode or one for one user, and the benefits hopefully, well, always outweigh. If we're going to implement a project, there are the other side of what as well, where the impacts as well. We normally communicate when we go into, we're now doing we're going into the detailed design side. We're actually meeting with the local board right now, I think, today, to give them the feedback from the consultation. But then when we enact the project, we always publicise I think quite well and quite simply the benefits, and then the impacts also there available, especially with the modelling of who's going to be impacted.
Okay, I think we've probably got a bit to run under for that particular one. And I just have one last thing, which is noting the consultation coming up on the parking and curbside management work. I guess I just want to flag up, we need some really good comms around that. Last time we put out a parking strategy, people went to the maps and went, oh, I'm losing parking on streets that actually already had broken yellow lines, already had clearways, and we had maps that showed we were going to add clearways, and it just became a big mess. So I'd like to know a bit more about what the comms is going to be around that.
So would I. So I'm sure that we'll have it just splendid, and we will come back and confirm once we're
so you can maybe
at that position, and we'll use the Transport Infrastructure Committee, if that's okay.
Yeah,
councillor, to update you as well.
Right. Thank you.
All right. Mayor Brown, could you finish us off before we go to lunch, please?
Yeah, sorry, I don't want to be between you and a sandwich. First of all, it's good to see some urgency on the temporary traffic management costs, the dynamic lanes and the time of use charging. The question is what took you so long, but that's not really my main question. With regard to time of use charging, can I have an update personally in about a week's time? I have a meeting with the Minister, 2 hours, over what we are going to do together over this. So I will need to know exactly what all your thinking is, so I'm armed. Next thing is the next bit. Could I request that the next bit to come into urgency, now that we've got TTM, dynamic lanes and time use charging in there, could be cheaper cycleways using rumble strips and paint and narrower vehicle lanes. And then the third question is, whilst you saved, and well done for the TTM savings, thank you for that, you could have saved even more on Ponsonby Road by not doing it. Can we have a visit there and just see what poor value we got after that? That's a request as well. Okay. Thank you for that. And senators can go.
Okay, so I see the CEO's noted those requests. Thank you for that. Okay, moved by councillor Fletcher, seconded by councillor Walker. You want to speak to it, councillor Darby?
Thanks. Look, I want to take this opportunity because we haven't really had the opportunity to debate the merits or otherwise of time of use charging. I think it's important that we do remind ourselves of maybe what the former councils, and it was councils plural, said about congestion charging. Now time of use charging slightly different, I know. And there was one key message that was always carried through those councils, and I think it has to be carried through this council too. And that is the question of addressing transport poverty and transport deficiencies in Auckland, where we know it occurs, and it's confirmed in the draft maps here for the integrated transport plan. It's clearly outlined where those deficiencies are. And there are significant public transport, active transport deficiencies in the south and in the west, and then there's a pocket in the north around Silverdale. And there's also some lesser deficiencies in the isthmus. Unless we recognise the need to address those deficiencies and put in place plans, real plans, to construct and deliver the transport that is not available to many tens of thousands of Aucklanders, I do not see the possibility of getting time of use charging over the line, our citizens will have very good reason why not to buy into it. Yes, there are merits galore with time of use charging, but they come with addressing the transport poverty that we have in Auckland. Now, that's been compounded by the recent government policy statement on transport, the expunging of the regional fuel tax. Suddenly, that problem that was before us has got even more enormous. So we have a new challenge here. How do we reset the transport landscape in Auckland where the money has gone away, the problems remain, and we think the solutions are the same? We cannot deliver time of use charging, put that over the line, and say to Aucklanders, you've got another choice, when they don't have the choice. We've got a very fundamental problem in front of us. Problems are good to have in front of us because it gets you thinking about what the solution is. But in my eyes, I think we are going to be absolutely dishonest to Aucklanders if we were to continue to promote time of use charging without addressing equity and the transport poverty that is afflicting Aucklanders currently. And I hope we can resolve that by bringing a government to recognise the need to invest in a 21st century world-class public transport system and active transport system for Auckland. It's currently not visible. There is no government vision for that. And I would have to ask, I think our vision for that has dropped away too in recent months. I think we're going to have to reignite the vision for transport in Auckland because it has subsided. Thanks.
Okay.
I've moved it, and I note that the officers are still at the table, but I understood that we weren't going to have a long debate on this, that there was an agreement on the CEO's report.
Okay, I'll come. So, sorry, you can go back. I didn't anticipate this going into a debate. The item should be addressing the update. We don't really want to use it for a wider discussion here. So I hope the other two people that have signalled a willingness to speak abide by that rather than prolonging matters longer than they need to for this item. Councillor Henderson.
Thanks, Chair, and I'll be 30 seconds or less. It is current because these conversations are current with the government. And I just encourage us as a council and more strength to the Mayor's arm when we're looking at the draft EPS, which proposes cuts to public services, bus services, etc. It proposes hikes to prices or some combination of both. If you're looking at a time of use regime in that picture, it's just not going to work. We need to push back on those changes really hard, and I'm really glad that we've so far done that. We've got to keep doing that. Look, I'd just say that any funds raised through a congestion charging regime needs to be looked at as compensation for the communities that are paying the charge. Ring-fenced and directly invested right back into those communities so they have real transport options. And, you know, it's no secret that many of our wards have transport issues, mine being one, but there's plenty here all across the city where public transport is not total and it's not adequate at the moment. If we're talking about massive cuts to public transport in the future, we just simply cannot introduce this regime because it won't work. It won't have the public buy-in. So that's the dilemma that we have, and I'm really glad that as a council we're pushing on that. The other thing I'll just shout out about is equity concerns on things like mobility card holders. These are the things we need to be looking at, the more detailed situations, and I'm glad that's in the future. So thank you, Chair.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favour? Against? Okay, carried. So we will break for lunch now, folks. We're a little bit behind time, and we will resume at 1:10, please, on the dot. And I think... okay, yes, okay, yeah. the meeting. And as we're doing that, just waiting for members to sit down.
Ross Tucker's going to join us at the table as well.
Okay, I'll just outline this, a slight change of order just to make things run a bit more logically. The next item up is the Kāinga Ora update. Then we'll have item 12, which is the Transport Deliberative Forum, followed by the Auckland's VKT reduction program. It just makes more sense to do it in that order. That's what suits the officers. So having said all that, we'll invite Kāinga Ora representatives. I think we've got Mark Fraser here and Ritashna Maharaj, just to provide an update on Auckland's large-scale project areas, which are part of the brief for this committee and which will be in a number of councillors' wards. And Ross Tucker is here as well, so welcome, and over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Well, thanks for having us. So it is, I think, about 6 months since we were here to keep you abreast of what we've been up to. And what I'd like to do today, you've got a pack in front of you which you will have seen. I'd like to just flick through it and talk to a couple of points and make sure that we've got some time for questions. Really, what I'd like to leave you with by the time we're done is that we have a joint program running, and there's quite significant progress in how that works since we saw you last, and there's some big delivery. But also, I'd like to just touch on what's changing in our context, and in fact, was with the Minister of Housing earlier this week, so I'll talk about that. And I also introduce some of the change that we are going to make in our own area to be more efficient in the way that we go about our work. So those are the things that we'll cover off. So I think the most significant thing in terms of this program is that we have a way of working between both Kāinga Ora and the Auckland Council family, all of the asset owners, and in fact including the private sector asset owners, Chorus and Vector, where we are working as one group, one team, on a single program of work. And I think, at the risk of labouring the point, I don't think we could say any of us have really done that before in the way that it is now operating. That was in train where we saw you 6 months ago, but collectively we've made awesome progress in terms of how that's working. And we have a program of work ahead of us, and on this slide you see $2.4 billion of infrastructure. We have a program that is not only the works that Kāinga Ora intends to do or needs to do to make the delivery possible, but the works that the other asset owners planned to do or were planning to do as well. So this idea of dig once becomes a reality because the program is all assets over multiple years, and we're running that as a coordinated team. So that's a really significant achievement, and we're starting to see the benefit of it. Pleasingly, we've also continued to deliver plenty of land and plenty of housing. So with this program, the large-scale projects in Auckland, over about the last 5 years, we've delivered land that will enable over 5,000 homes. That enablement is on the land that we have collectively produced. But interestingly, there's a further at least 2,000 homes that will emerge in the immediate vicinity as other developers and private sector players rebuild and redevelop because of what is now possible. And we've seen it in all of the projects that we're currently operating in. So even though we might be doing a big piece of work, in every instance I can think of blocks of housing that have emerged right next door where one has gone down and 3 or 4 have gone up. So the catalyst impact, if you like, of our work is very real. And I've got some numbers there in terms of the housing deliveries, some pretty good numbers. I will make some comments, I'll save them just a little bit later in terms of current market conditions. But it's a really significant progress in terms of our program. That next slide, we sort of tried to have a think about one of the things that we struggle with in this program is how do you show people, how big is it, and what is it that we've all collectively built. So we've added it up. I'm not going to go through these numbers for you, but they become fairly large at the risk of sort of understating it. And since we saw you, we've actually finished a couple. So the neighbourhood that is Roskill South, which had Freeland Reserve in the middle, which did a lovely job during the Auckland floods. The neighbourhood that is Owairaka, right on the edge of Mount Albert, and Northcote. The land development works and the infrastructure works for those neighbourhoods are now complete, and the balance of the project activity for those neighbourhoods is the remaining housing to be built. So we've managed to finish all of those really in the last, actually the last 6 months. So pretty significant milestones, 5-year projects, big parcels of work. And then we're off to the next ones. So there's another 8 or so neighbourhoods that are either in construction or about to be. This next slide here talks about our next, and now it's our collective next big, I don't know, is it a big move? Certainly large delivery. And that's going to be a resilience intervention in Mangere. So Freeland Reserve, Roskill South, some works that were done in Tamaki, all performed brilliantly in the anniversary floods and have made those communities more resilient. There has been work for a number of years now between us all to design the solution that will enable the same for Mangere. Mangere's tricky, it's pretty flat, used to be a swamp, and it's very close to sea level in places. And we are now at a point with both Healthy Waters, Watercare, AT, that we have the solution that will enable the resilience for the wider Mangere suburb that we all need. And the next, well, really the balance of this year, the work is the detail of its delivery. This image on this slide shows you a little bit of how it might be pulled off, and that is making more land available, making space for water, appropriately titled. And in this instance, we're able to use the significant land holdings that Kāinga Ora has and to take those homes away and make that land available for the flood mitigation. As we slow the water down, we give it somewhere to go. We're also working with parks because there's some reserve areas in this part of the suburb that might also work well if we drop the height of them, as we did in the case of Greenslade Reserve in Northcote. We've got Mana Whenua there with us as part of the team and very much involved in how do we do this. It is at a suburb scale. There's near on 6,000 existing houses that benefit from this work, and it's the next big piece of resilience that we'll be delivering in this program. We did get a lot of publicity back in the anniversary floods on the houses that had been built in Mangere West that were unfortunately flooded, that were new. Contrary to popular belief, the design was the right design. We had things block, and we had an extraordinary amount of water that had let the system down or let us down. But what we do here in this slide here is we deliver something even more significant for the whole suburb. One of the things that we have worked hard on for this program of work is what is a sustainable model for the funding and financing of this works. And how do we do that so that we don't impact on rates and we don't impact on debt. And that was something that this committee agreed when we were here last. And working together, we are able to build a system that makes sure the right users and the right beneficiaries of the works that we deliver are ones that contribute to the cost of that. I don't want to spend too much time on it, but it becomes a very important part of the program and a very important benefit of the fact that we are working in the way that we are. And under the current arrangements, we're putting in, well, Auckland Council are committing, as you see in the slide here, 712 million to the LTP. But there are much bigger numbers as we look further out and as we put in place a model that attributes the right cost to the right beneficiaries. Also using the inputs of the Housing Acceleration Fund, the HAF, that has come from Crown. Just on our context, the context is changing for all of us, at the risk of stating the obvious. Kāinga Ora in particular enjoys some negative press from time to time, and we have had a review underway with Sir Bill English leading that. That process is complete now, and there's a draft with the Minister. We expect to see a version of that draft Kāinga Ora. There's a cabinet meeting in early May. So the outcomes of that we will see sometime in May, probably leading up to the budget. I don't know the content of it. I can't provide any insight other than the process of doing that with the people leading has been positive, and the inquiry that we have seen from the reviewers is what is needed in the system that allows us to go better. And the meeting that I attended with both Andrew McKenzie and our chair with Chris Bishop, Minister Chris Bishop, on Tuesday was actually of that vein. What is it that you need, Kāinga Ora? What is it that we do collectively that allows us to produce housing? So I think we're in the right place with this program of work. We have large tracts of land, a joined up program between us all, infrastructure delivery that provides resilience, and ultimately the outcomes of this work that we're doing are housing outcomes. We'll be back in front of the Minister in July, and we're going to do some work on what are the things that we might like to change around the settings or influencing market conditions that allow us to go faster in that ultimate goal. It is a slower market at the moment. We have got land available in these projects that we have builders interested in and have had builders interested in for some time, but we're just struggling, or the industry is struggling to commit. And currently really the sort of the block there becomes finance, so development finance for an environment where interest rates are high, banks are cautious, pre-sales aren't occurring, or certainly occurring very slowly. The moment will pass, but that's where we are right now, and that's some of the work that we'll do, is making sure that we use the scale that we have here to keep the momentum going, even if the industry, or even as the industry slows. And one point that I might just make here, if I could ask, is in the Wellington environment, I don't think it is well understood how well we are working together. Certainly that's a takeaway from me, and any influence or conversations that any of you might have in Wellington to highlight that actually there is something really significant here, and we are in fact working in a different way and and very well, I think would be worthwhile. Just a couple of slides to finish. That's all well and good. Big program, work together, do more. We do need to change, however, how it gets done. The industry has, I mean, New Zealand's productivity stats aren't flash, but the construction sector stats at a global level, let alone in New Zealand, are not really very impressive. And we do need to change the cost and the efficiency of the way that we build. Kāinga Ora, particularly on its state housing, but actually also in this land development work I'm talking about, we have done a lot of work and tried just about every version of how do you procure and source the delivery, be it building houses or developing land, that gives the industry the ability to plan for the long term, bring innovation, take penalty out, like long-term contracts, etc. And what we've found is that none of those changes that we've made in terms of the way that we engage with the delivery sector have made meaningful differences that have stuck. Improvements come, but they sort of usually go. Sometimes no improvement comes. So we've been looking back over the last number of years, really operating within a procurement paradigm. We've only really been looking about how do we buy it? How do we source it? We are and have, or we are shifting to a production paradigm. How does the work get done? Because how we buy it is not having the impact. And the industry, the way it is organised and structured, cannot deliver sustained benefit. So we need to look at how do you actually do the work. So that's the shift and the focus that's occurring in Kāinga Ora. And this next slide just talks very briefly about a couple of things that we've done. I'll just use them by way of example and then talk about how we're going to use it in the land development. So the first one is what's been called the housing delivery system. Some of you might have come across this. It was also called Project Velocity in its early days when it was in a trial. And this was using a manufacturing methodology, if you like, a very task and work focused methodology to take out time and waste in the way that we went about designing a home or series of homes, and then the way that we went about actually building them. The productivity improvements it's delivering are pretty staggering. So Kāinga Ora, when we started, would typically take about 240 days, work days, to produce plans to lodge for consent. By managing the system that focuses on the work and focuses on getting it right and not waiting, we are producing plans for a project, 6 to 12 to 15 houses being a project, in less than 30 days. We're doing that consistently. So we've gone from 240 days to less than 30. We're now applying the same methodology to house construction, physically on site. And where it was taking us 8 to 9 months to build a house, it says in this slide we're doing it in less than 4, but we're actually heading towards quite consistently somewhere between 80 or less. I think the fastest so far is in the 47 days or something, but I don't know that we'll do everyone in 47. But what it means, if we put those two together, is we're able to design a housing project and build it in less than 100 days. And what we're also seeing is that the consenting process that's attached to that during the middle of it is radically different. Because, of course, what we produce and provide to a consenting authority is the perfect set of plans. And we make the job of that consenting authority much, much easier. Consequently, some of them are starting to show up very fast. We're taking the same methodology and approach into Kāinga Ora's asset and maintenance business. We've got 70,000+ houses, many of them aged. We spend nearly $750 million a year on assets and maintenance. It's an extraordinarily large program of work and activity. We are chasing down $265 million per annum saving for Kāinga Ora in that activity by using a methodology that focuses on the work and takes out the waste. So next is land development. So there's about 6 parcels of work in this transformation space that are underway in Kāinga Ora. The 7th is the Urban Development and Delivery team, the team that I'm responsible for. And we're about to kick into the work proper. We're going to use the same types of thinking and methodologies to extract from our design phase, from master planning through to engineering design, through to engineering construction and the production of land. How do we take out the waste, the time? How do we focus on the work? We've spent nearly a year in the analysis of how does the industry work and how do we work. And we're just actually about a week away from setting what is the ambition that in our land development activity we're going to chase down. We think that we can take, if you think about a land development project or a stage of works, we think we can take about 70% of the time out. We think that we can find a 30% cost saving. And if we apply it in the way that we imagine, we're targeting doing half as much work again. So with the same amount of dollars, we can do 50% more. And that goes nicely to the building a system with our partnership that becomes sustainable. Because if we can do the work for the right amount of dollars and do the right amount of work, we have a more sustainable delivery. What's really exciting is that the Auckland Council group and the CCOs are with us in this. And in fact, I've remarked to some people that the leadership and the delivery people in the Auckland Council family are in fact more excited about this work than some of my own team. So the partnership that we have, we're going to use to see how far can we take this. So that's really exciting, and I would like to think that on another one of these occasions in some months ahead, I could come here again and tell you what we're learning and how that's going. But it is certainly our intention to change how we do it. And I was going to leave it there. And
Yeah,
take some
okay,
questions.
thanks, Mark. That's a pretty detailed presentation there for councillors, and I think you've got a couple of questions. Councillor Fletcher.
Well, thank you. And before I pose my question, Mark, I just want to acknowledge Puketapapa local board member who is here, Roseanne Hay. I had the opportunity of sitting in with the Deputy Mayor when the local board made their views on the LTP known to us. And this was really at the forefront of those matters that they put to us. So while you've given us a great presentation today, you would be aware that a lot of the KO-enabled housing in Roskill South, Waikato, Wesley West, in the whole Roskill precinct, there is a lot of excitement about that, and you had the memorandum of understanding on the underground with the former mayor.
Yes.
My difficulty in representing the questions that were posed to Desley and myself relates to, you're talking about detail around delivery. I'm interested in the detail of funding for the delivery, because the mayor's heard very clearly from central government that they're not going to allow us to rate government properties. We've got to somehow grapple with what we know, the lack of certainty around schools, the lack of certainty about community facilities, the lack of certainty around open space, where you've got these brownfield developments. You know, our policy in terms of open space is probably, it's under review, but it's directed more to greenfield developments. My great worry, and I have seen nothing that gives me confidence on this, is that council's going to start off really well-intentionally with the partnership, but be abandoned when it comes to putting hands in the pocket to actually pay for a lot of the open space that's required. And I know that whether you're talking about Keith Hay Park, you know, these might be local open spaces that Kāinga Ora see, but I know that they're already oversubscribed. They're used regionally. I've got a heap of questions that I would like to be able to pose. So I'm only going to put a couple and then allow others to have a chance, because it isn't probably just Roskill. There will be other areas that are similarly worrying. But we don't have anything in our LTP to be able to fund this stuff. And we want to be able to have the confidence to say to our constituents, as the area doubles in size, it's still going to preserve all of the amenity that you love and enjoy, that people can still thrive in those areas. And right at the moment, other than pretty pictures, I can't give them any certainty on that. And I want to know, will KO front up with the dollars in order to be able to have that open space, to have those schools, and to understand the amenity that is actually required to achieve I think what are the goals that we all have for successful Aucklanders. So I'd really like you to put the money on the table today and tell us how it's going to be funded.
Okay. Why don't I answer what I can of that, but I think we could catch up and I could show you more of the detail that might help you in the
Well,
conversations
it's not.
you take.
I'm speaking on behalf of those questions that were posed to me from the local board, and I know the local board have been pursuing this for a while to no avail.
Okay. So there's a couple of things in there. We are doing these large redevelopments. What we're finding in actually all the neighbourhoods that I can think of that we've worked on so far, there's actually quite good open space provision. All of the neighbourhoods we're working on have got large pieces in them already, although sometimes not well set up and well utilised. A really good example of that is the park in Owairaka, which had a back fence and houses turning their back to that park edge. But because of the scale of this project, we're able to take those homes away, put a road frontage, and so make that park more successful and better used. Where it's necessary, and we work with council on this, is during the design phase, if there is more open space required in a neighbourhood, we do deliver that. So again, in both Northcote and the Roskill South precincts, I can think in my mind there specific examples where we have built additional open space, and so there's been housing taken away to make that possible, to make sure the right amount of amenity is there for that community. And then in terms of how it gets paid for, I can't speak to the rating issue on schools. That's not my gig. But in the case of housing, Kāinga Ora does pay rates. And in fact, we are council's largest ratepayer, I believe. And in all of these projects where we're producing housing, the housing that remains in the ownership of Kāinga Ora, we will continue to pay rates on. But also, these projects are densifying. So in every instance, we will leave behind, in total, between us and the market, at least 3, if not 4, in some cases 5 times as many houses as what were there before. So it becomes a challenge for your community because that puts pressure on open space. But if we do that well and provide more where needed, we have a larger rating base to contribute.
So on the general issue of social infrastructure, when will the detail around the schools be made known? And will there be an expectation that schools will be able to, for their sports and recreational facilities, be using council's open space, which we already know is oversubscribed? And I don't want to monopolise this, but I'm also very worried in Wesley. The streets are already very narrow and you can't get 2 cars passing. You're going to have development, which we all support. We want to see densification. But, between 6 and 10-storey apartment blocks, and then people parking on the street, and emergency services, and then private lanes, I feel very uncomfortable, and I'm expressing this on behalf of the local board, that the transport issues have not been, and emergency services have not been sufficiently well considered. So we can't get into all of the detail now, but it's important that we table these and that our community is satisfied that there are answers to these questions.
Well, two things there. Just along the schools front, we work closely with the Ministry of Education in these projects, and so where further investment is needed for an existing or a new school because of the work that we are doing, it's not on us to deliver that, it is on the Ministry of Education. But I would say that actually we have been successful in each instance of that ministry bringing new schooling infrastructure to bear as a consequence of the delivery work we're doing.
So when will you have the answers? You might be a housing agency and the Ministry of Education, but the average member of the public is just wanting to know that that development will have that support. So do you have any timelines for what we can expect from the Ministry of Education on the provision of schooling and space?
No, I don't. I mean, I think that's a question for the Ministry of Education. But what I do know is that if you take Northcote, for example, there is a new primary school that's built in Northcote. In the case of Roscoe South, Freeland Primary School has been upgraded and expanded. And, sorry? Oh, May Road. Thank you. Yeah, so if there's a school in particular that I can help with, I'm happy to take it up, but I don't know the detail here.
I guess this committee is transport and infrastructure, and what we're talking about is infrastructure, which is social and physical infrastructure. And at the moment, we don't have certainty around that. I don't want to pursue it any further, Mr. Chair, but perhaps at some point we could have a workshop and really come to grips with some of the detail that we need.
I think the Director has made a note of that. Councillor Simpson, you had some questions?
Yeah, I do. I have three. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. And I just want to start on a bit of a positive. Your communication with the Ōrākei local board around the work that you're doing in the suburb of Ōrākei has been really great. So I just want to thank you. They have just for my colleagues' benefit, they have a working group that consists of the Ministry of Education, you, the local board, transport, whole 9 yards. So I think that is a really good model, and I don't know whether that model is being replicated in other places, but I just want to say, to start with, I think that's a really good model, and thank you very much for that work.
Thank you.
Look, I've got three questions, and the first one is with regards to Mangere. In your opening statements, you said that the design of the houses in Mangere was the right one. Look, I'm no engineer, but I went out to Mangere with engineers, and we had a look at some of the flooding of your homes there, and they were leaning like the Leaning Tower of Pisa. And the answer that I was told was that the base material just was like polystyrene and basically got absorbed with water and then just caused the house to lean over. Is that something that you're addressing, like changing that material now as a result of the floods from last year?
Yes, is the short answer. So there was a fill material used. I'm not familiar with the name or nature of it on those homes that clearly did not work. The expectation is we'll lift those homes, fix the foundations and put them back. And the material that we're using in those examples has not been widely used, and given that experience won't be used on an ongoing basis.
Right, I just wanted that confirmation, thank you. My second question is around social infrastructure. I'm not going to labour the point that Councillor Fletcher has because I support you, but I suppose if I look at your projected growth, and look, you're doing great for the city, thank you, I just want to put that out there, but if we look at your population growth over the next year, that you're sort of adding 30% to our population growth without anybody else. So it is significant. And I suppose what I'm going to suggest is that when you do come big time into a community, that you actually get joined up with other agencies like the ministry and like council on community facilities with, community centres. So it might be we have a community centre, but because you're adding so much housing to that community that maybe you can contribute some, we can contribute some, and united we actually have a much better outcome. So, you started your conversation by saying, look, if you could tell central government how well we're working together. I think we are, but I also think that we can do better. And so a little bit of that is to you, Barry, as well, that just to join the dots up, because I suppose my question is, are you willing to do that? Hopefully the answer is yes, but that's something I was going to suggest. Look, and my last question is an interesting one. You said in one of your slides that the reduction to landfill was about 83% from your construction. How do you manage that? Sorry, the reduction, how do you manage that kind of huge amount of reduction from a construction perspective?
So we're removing a lot of homes to do this work, and where we can, we will reuse those homes. There's quite a number that have been taken off in one piece and are used elsewhere in the country. But those that are demolished, we are deconstructing them, and we've got contracts in place with the demolition contractors we work with to reduce what does end up in landfill, and it's been really successful.
Councillor Dalton.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I just wondered around the infrastructure. Kāinga Ora pay development contributions and they pay rates. And I'm wondering if it's always very difficult to get the development contributions focused on the areas from where they come from, because we all go into one big pot and we have to prove growth, even though we've got growth. And I represent an area that's one of your biggest customers, in Manurewa Papakura. I wondered, I don't know, make this awkward for you, but I wondered if you felt that council could perhaps be focusing some of those DCs back into the areas of growth where you are for communities. That would be my experience from what I'm seeing built in my area, which is pretty intensive. That's my first question.
It's not an uncomfortable question, it's a great question. Yes, we do pay DCs, and Ross, who's here with me, and Ratashna, this is actually the work that we're doing. So I talked earlier in my remarks about a sustainable funding model, and part of that is how do we use what we are doing, what council is doing, and what future developers might be doing, and the DCs that they pay in the future to contribute to the work that we're doing in the collective. So if we are successful in that, we have a much more likely to have a sustainable model. Ross, you might like to comment.
There's been a lot of good joined up work here about how do we make the available tools such as development contributions and government funding all work better together. And you saw in the slides there's a lot of additional funding that can be made available, $1.5 billion more than would otherwise be able to be achieved in the LTP by using those kind of tools. And DCs are a big part of that, which is, it's using the DCs are a cost recovery mechanism. It's about sharing it sheerly. Development contributions have some issues and problems. It'll only fund the non-growth bit. So how do you find other funding mechanisms for the bits that are providing existing benefits? How do you deal with the debt issues when there's timing differences? But those are all of the kind of things that we're working through collaboratively and finding innovative solutions to in this example.
And this is excellent. And when I was chairing the local board and we were having quite a lot of housing come in at that particular point in time, to have the mechanism where we could, the local board itself, reprioritise a playground, at the same time as Kāinga Ora is building for very large families or families, and also work with Auckland Transport and with Ministry of Education, and that just all really made sense. So to have this coming as something that is actually officially happening and working is so empowering, particularly for, this is local board space, in a lot of ways, but to be able to see the regional perspective on this is great. I have one last, just a bouquet for you, and it's not from the building side of things, but I chair a charity, and Kāinga Ora put a staff out there every week to be able to talk to tenants that come into our charity who are brokering for a lot of the Kaingoa customers, and to have that partnership, and that's what we're talking about here, but have that social partnership as well, has removed incredible barriers for people who just did not know where to go for assistance. So a bouquet to your manager that has enabled that out, and I think they're based in Ormiston, but representing the south and Manurewa Papakura. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. I'm pleased to hear that it's working. One of the things that Kaingoa has done over the last couple of years is significantly change the way that we resource and support our tenants in our homes. So there is much lower numbers per tenancy manager that makes it possible for us to be closer to and more supportive of our client base and then other agencies out there like your charity. So great to hear it's working.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Dalton. Final question, Councillor Ferry.
Thank you. I guess sort of thinking about how to frame these questions, because some of this comes from my local board experience rather than wearing my ward councillor hat now. So the open space provision issue, which I think is the core of the issue that the local board's been raising and raised when I was on the local board as well. So it's not actually unique to Kaingoa projects at all. There's a similar issue with the former Unitech site, where they are more like greenfields because of their size and scale, but because of our open space provision plan, it's the brownfields calculations that apply, and which are less generous than the greenfield calculations. So, and I understand that this is under review at the moment and coming back to PEP, is that correct? At some point, there's a working group on the open space? Yes, I think Councillor Fletcher's on it. So I think we are likely to potentially see some change in that space, potentially in the next year or two, in terms of council's roles. So how far along is KO with some of the planning and decision making, where if we do decide through that process to increase, say that brownfields over a certain size, the greenfields calculations should apply, or something in between current brownfield and future and greenfield. What are the opportunities there for KO to rethink some of those calculations and their plans?
I'm not familiar with that piece of work in the detail, but what I would say is that the way that we go about producing the shape of a development, its future in the brownfields environment, it's an iterative, creative process.
Yep, that's been my experience on the local board.
That uses everybody. So if there's a change there and what is the right answer, and that's asked for by this council, then that becomes part of the process of producing that plan.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I think the Roskill development, which we're talking a lot about, has numerous neighbourhoods within it. You've mentioned Roskill South, where the civils have just finished recently, and the open space provision there is locked in, right? The civils are finished. The parks have transferred, where there is one new park. There is another park, you mentioned Freeland Reserve, which is now a lot larger, and that's been KO land added. But there are other developments. I live in the Waikowhai development. That one is probably also locked in, I think, because Molly Green's going to be the major expanded green space area there. But Wesley West in particular, which is the massive one, where we're potentially looking at multi-storey buildings, that's also the one which only stage 1 and stage 2 are confirmed through central government. So I think that's the one where it would be the most use or most practical to have this in-depth conversation about brownfields versus greenfields percentages. That's also the one where the school stuff is the most critical. Wesley Primary has just had a whole lot of new classrooms built. Wesley Intermediate's scheduled to have a major rebuild. However, the central government changes have now stopped all classroom building, and we don't know what that's going to mean for that local school provision. So I would really welcome if you are able to broker that conversation for us with the Ministry of Education. It's something as a local board really bashed our heads against for a very long time. So is that something you think you can help us with? Is that Ministry of Education discussion?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks.
And we could, there's probably a couple of ways of us doing that. I'd be happy to come back here on another occasion and bring some colleagues who are in Wesley and across that detail. I can talk to some of it.
Yeah.
Or we could take something up outside of here.
Yeah, I think probably outside of here, because this is not necessarily super regional, but it does have regional impact.
Okay.
The other stuff in that space, I mean, I'm aware that the local board, and there's 2 local boards involved with that area, and I'm assuming, you know, you talked about Mangere, so that's another local board area as well. When I was on the local board, we did get about every 6 weeks briefings. Some of that was at a good strategic level. A lot of it was more, okay, this is where we're up to with civils, and these are the timeframes and stuff. Are you aware, are those continue? Is that work continuing? My understanding is that it is, but I just wanted to check in.
It's my understanding.
Okay. And so is that an opportunity for those local board discussions to happen?
Absolutely. And
Okay.
so if it's not, or if we're not making the traction, you know, that community needs with the other partners, particularly the Ministry of Education, then that's the right environment for us to raise it, and we can escalate it further.
Great. I think that might be worth checking in with the local boards that you're working with.
Yep.
To see how those can be more productive. And similarly, it might be useful to look at some ward briefings. I know I've been offered one recently for Wesley West. I actually went to the open day that they held instead and had a really good conversation with the staff there. We actually covered a whole lot of other sites too. So I guess I would encourage my colleagues when those offers are made to take them up. But yeah, that's another useful mechanism. Are you keen to use that more as well?
Yeah, I think that's helpful. Thank you, Councillor.
Cool. And then just one more thing, which is, so the area that covers the Roskill development has an integrated area plan. We have an issue with that because it hasn't been fully adopted by council yet, and there are some reasons for that, which trying to pursue. However, that piece of work was specifically done and took like 2 or 3 years, done with mana whenua, done with the community, 2 local boards, in order to get ahead of these kāinga ora massive developments, and also acknowledging there are some big private developments, in particular the Fletcher's development in Three Kings. So is that a tool that you guys are using? Because that's where the conversation happened with the community about, hey, we're going to need some more schools here. This is going to need some more open space. There's an open space network provision plan piece of work that's been done that's fed into that, all of those kinds of things. So is that a document that KO is using and actively engaging with?
And it is, because I mean there was a lot of work done, as you know, on producing that across the whole stakeholder set. And I think at the moment what we're seeing, if you're referencing the Ministry of Education example, there's some change or there's some churn or pause occurring in various parts of government, us included, and certainly for the ministry. Does that mean that they're not going to expand schools? I doubt it. Of course they must. But.
Excuse me, that was quite rude. He hadn't finished talking.
You finish your question?
Yeah, yes, we are.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Williamson?
Yeah, just a quick sort of principal question with regards to the hoary old chestnut of when you're a government and funded by taxpayers' money compared to when you're competing with a private sector person who's got to put their own money. What rules and boundaries and safeguards do you have that when there's some land that's going to be purchased, because I've had it complained to me by developers that kind garages come in and outbid the market, drive the prices up because they've got deep pockets. In fact, they don't have any pockets. They use taxpayers' money. What boundaries and safeguards do you have that you're not disturbing the market price out there by going in and paying the price you pay compared to what the private sector are bidding?
Like any private sector agency, public sector agency, including, I imagine, this council, we have quite clear policy positions on how it is that we engage in market transactions. So if we're going to go and buy property out of the market, the fairly tight limits on what we will pay or what we can pay at market value. I'm quite sure you will have developers that will come to you and say that we have outbid them, and maybe we have, but we are not running a policy of out-competing the market and overpaying by doing it. We can't. We're a public sector agency. We must be competitive and mindful of the taxpayer dollar we use.
So who polices that? If there's a property and the developers say it should be about $1 million for that, KO comes in, we're paying 1.2 for it. And Rand says, that's just ridiculous. They've paid 20% more than it's worth. Who polices the fact that...
But isn't that the market? Isn't that how markets work?
No, but because you're not part of the market, you're using public funds.
No,
So you don't have to worry about where your money comes from.
No, we do have to worry about it. We will not make a purchase or make a development or build houses unless we can produce metrics for that development that are sustainable, just like any other developer would.
So, okay, but I ask the question again, who polices that to make sure you are doing that?
I actually don't know the answer to that, is the honest answer.
Okay.
Maybe he does, yeah.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
A reasonable question, Mark. Maybe we can find out the response to that. And the final question you have today is from Councillor Filipaina, who's online.
Thank you, Chair. Kia ora koutou, and look, thanks very much for the work, and I know that Mark has been mentioned, and I know that Angela Pearce from Kainga is in close contact with the local board chair, Tawanu'u Nick Bakulich, so, and have no doubt o tara papatoe. So look, the partai that I have is, how often do you reach out to the local boards for briefings, just to advise them what's happening in their local board?
I don't have a good answer for you. I actually don't know. Angela Pearce is an excellent example. I'd imagine that she's having pretty frequent contact with the local board, and I would expect that that's true across the city for our different regional managers. And in the case of the projects that I'm here talking to, we have pretty regular contact with local boards because it becomes as part of that partnership. I can certainly, outside of this session, get you a more definitive answer, but I don't have a number off the top of my head.
No, I don't need the definitive answer because I know the work that your team does with the local board across the region. I do, however, have one request, if that's okay. Can you please get your regional manager, not Angela, but even across the region, to contact me around work that is getting done in the south. Last term, I had meetings with your team around projects that were happening in the Manukau ward. I would love to set that up again because they used to give me information around resource consents, also applications in regards to developments in the south. So that'll be great if that's okay. Thank you so much.
No problem, we'll make that happen.
Killed that. Yeah. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Filipaina, and that's a good suggestion from Councillor Filipaina, and no doubt Mark could apply to the other wards.
Yes.
Councillors just the same if that's not already happening. Okay, so I think the item was moved by Councillor Walker.
I'm happy to second it.
Seconded by Councillor Fletcher.
May I just request that perhaps Barry Potter can come back to us on those issues around the provision of infrastructure.
Barry, any of these, yeah.
And Chair, might I offer to councillors and other staff, if there was, off the back of the conversation we've had today, interest in us arranging time for you to come and see either the project work that I've talked to in the large-scale projects, or perhaps more specifically the comments I was making about the new housing delivery system that we are using. If you were interested in seeing that or knowing more about it, we would be very happy to organise it.
Yeah. Thank you for that, Mark. And Barry assures me that he'll coordinate that if there's an interest in that, which I'm pretty sure after today there is. Okay, so thank you for your presentation today and for the councillors' questioning. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried. Okay, thank you very much. And we'll be in touch, Mark, if there's a follow-up with respect of some of those queries. Thank you. So that brings us on to, and a slight change of order here, onto the Transport Deliberative Forum. And we'll call up Michael Roth, who's leading the team on this. And we're going to receive a bit more information on the outcomes of the deliberative forum that was held last year, and with a view to gaining greater understanding of the community views on the future of our transport system. Welcome, Michael, and I think that's Dr. Anne Bardsley from Auckland University. Welcome.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to be reporting back to this committee the results of our Transport Deliberative Forum. And as you just said, I'm being joined here by Dr. Anne Bardsley, who is the Deputy Director of COI2, University of Auckland Centre for Informed Futures, and she led the project. We'll just go quickly through the presentation. Hopefully you got a chance to view the video that was provided as a summary. Rather than Anne doing a sales pitch for COI2, I'll just quickly mention that we commissioned COI2 to do this because they're an independent academic think tank who deal with complex issues and have done a number of reports on the future of Auckland. And we're also aware that they did a deliberative democracy process with Watercare. So we saw them as the ideal organisation to look at this issue from a transport perspective for us. The actual problem that was put, or the remit, is the question that was put to the forum participants was, what changes can we make to ensure that everyone can get around Auckland efficiently, affordably, safely and sustainably? So it was really about the future of our transport system, addressed as broadly as we could. Just a little bit of context. This started with the Mayor's Letter of Expectation last year, where Auckland Transport was directed to more meaningfully consider public's views on transport projects, and deliberative democracy techniques were specifically raised in that letter. So that's why we were thinking about deliberative democracy and how to get a project up and running. Then NZTA Waka Kotahi came out with the VKT reduction program funding. So we took the opportunity to, VKT being vehicle kilometres travelled reduction, to include this within that process. So this was funded by NZTA Waka Kotahi, and it was delivered with Council and Auckland Transport and by COI2. Just very quick overview from me. So the civic lottery process is a process where many people asked to participate, those who express interest, then effectively they get chosen so that they represent the broader public of Auckland. 100 participants were chosen, so it's a mini Auckland in a sense. The process of learning and deliberation involved an online meet and greet. It involved 2 full days in a venue, learning and deliberation, so a lot of time spent with other people, and another online session in between to address questions that were raised. So it's quite a comprehensive process, and the way the forum worked and the outputs we've got is we did a survey with the participants before the process, and we did another survey after the process. So key lessons for us from this was the different answers that people gave pre and post. So with that, I'll pass it on to Anne to continue the detail.
Thanks, Michael. Yeah, so just a bit of on
why we did this. Sorry, am I going that way? Yes. Why this type of approach? And it's basically to answer the public consultation problem that we have. And I think we're all well aware that public opinion is a pretty elusive commodity, and on many issues, the public doesn't really have fully formed and unambiguous views on some issues. They tend to use, we all use information shortcuts when we're making decisions, and the conventional surveys that are put out there to gather public opinion tend to represent the public's surface impressions that are from headlines and sound bites a lot of times, and these top-of-mind opinions can be unstable. Also, the written submission process leaves out a lot of people and doesn't really encourage the kind of public exchange that's necessary in a fully well-functioning democracy. So, as Michael said, we approach this with a deliberative process, deliberation being typically involving what's termed a mini-public, so a representative sample of the community. They're selected randomly after lots of invitations going out, and it's a sortition process using an algorithm that forms a group that looks like the population. And these people are given a chance to learn pretty in depth about an issue, talk to each other, and interact in a way that often does lead to new understandings and insight. It encourages the participants to learn from each other, to form reasoned opinions, and evaluate trade-offs. So we consider it a more informed public, and because they look like the general public, and in Auckland that's a very diverse public, you can sort of infer that if the public was given these opportunities, these are the answers that they would come to. So just a quick on how we did the recruitment. This is in the report that you would have seen. We did send emails out to more than 26,000 people, and they had to fill out a short demographic survey. We also posted 5,000 letters, which were mostly targeted to areas of low voter turnout. So to pick up people who wouldn't necessarily be on those databases or respond in that way to an email. So we ended up with a group slightly over-selected to get a group of 100 in the room. By the end of it, we didn't have quite 100, but it was a pretty good representation and very obviously the demographic mix of Auckland. And as Michael mentioned, we used a deliberative survey method, which, like a typical survey, we asked a set of questions or statements that we asked them to vote on a Likert scale from strongly disagree to strongly agree on a number of different possible interventions. That first survey, just capturing their top-of-mind answers, and giving them the survey again after those 2 days of deliberation and learning and the online session. And those were done by the participants anonymously. So that also avoids that social comparison effect that can produce conformity in a room of deliberators. But it does demonstrate that this kind of random sample of the public is able to deliberate on complex issues and come to consider judgments that are often in contrast to their initial opinions. I'm not going to, we'll just take this as read. These were the core of the questions or statements that we asked on the survey. We did cover a lot of other ground in the 2 days of deliberation, but this is also what we asked them about in the end. And what did it tell us? Well, we would say that at the start, even from the top of mind answers, there was initially quite a reasonable support for some but not all of the interventions on this list that could potentially improve our transport system. And after deliberation, support for most of those interventions increased. I'll just point out the first one is actually on building more motorway lanes and lanes on main roads, which was initially a negative answer and became more negative after the survey, after that deliberation. This is just illustrating the shifting opinions that occurred before and after the deliberation. So the things that were the most popular there is around public transport and active modes. There was a big change in opinions around intervention zone pricing and charging, which I'll get into in the next slides. There's also quite a lot of increase in support for development, intensification around transport hubs in the city centre. And we can get back to that if you have any specific questions. But overall, the forum supported, these were the top 5 interventions that came through, not just in the survey, but also in some of the activities that would have been reflected then again in the survey. But they looked at trade-offs on all of these different issues. And the top 5 were to upgrade Auckland's rail network so the trains run faster and more frequently, to make it safer, easier, and more comfortable for everyone to walk around their local area, to provide more bus services so that buses turn up frequently at all times of the day, to provide a safe and connected bike path network across the Auckland region, including removing car spaces where required. And the last one was building more homes closer to the city centre, public transport stations, and main bus routes. And again, like I said, what changed the most, where it was interesting, was around pricing and charging, things that weren't very popular in the first survey, and that slide showed that they were all in the negative. And after the deliberation and the learning and the asking questions of experts, these things all flipped over to a net positive result. They weren't super popular, they weren't among the top 5, but that clearly people understood the trade-offs involved, and these things moved into having more support than opposition. And those were charging a fee for on-street car parking, which varies in price depending on where people live and park, charging a fee for driving on all main roads when traffic is heavy, essentially the congestion charge question, charge a fee for driving into the city centre, a city centre cordon, building more homes close to the city centre, public transport stations and bus routes, as I said, that support for that increased a lot, and also for building a bike path network. And we did include the removing car parking as to see if people understood what that meant when they were suggesting whether a bike path network was a good thing to do, and that still was quite positive. So I think you were going to take from there.
So just to summarise the findings, there was consistent support for improvements to public transport, clearly making it more reliable, more efficient and accessible, and expanding the routes and frequency of the offering. There was also strong support for active modes, both walking and bike riding, as Anne just mentioned, and land use planning. So the 2 land use planning questions was more intensification and also about discouraging greenfield development. So those were all well supported, and I thought it worthwhile to specifically draw out the implications for time of use charging, because 2 of the questions were around congestion charging. As you see in the first dot point, the initial level of support was -5% for city centre and -15% for main road. So that means more people opposed it than supported it. But following that whole process, when people got a chance to learn about the issue and deliberate with others and work out what complex trade-offs we face, support for those 2 measures increased a lot, to the extent where city centre had +33% support and main road congestion charges had +26% support. So, as Anne said, not amongst the most highly supported measures, but still substantial positive or majority support. It demonstrates that this is a complex issue where the benefits are not necessarily understood or trusted by the public. They need to go through a process to learn about it. But it did achieve a considerable change in sentiment once they went through that process. And it also makes the point that if we just go out with customer surveys on complex issues like this, then we're going to get quite a different result to what we get when the people are really understanding of the issue. So we have to be very careful with public surveying on this issue because it is vulnerable to stakeholders and media who like to take a conflict position and focus on specific issues. So I believe the deliberative forum showed a good way forward on time of use charging, and we're intending on using these similar techniques to help work out exactly how to design the time of use charging proposal.
Thanks. Just as a follow-up, we did want to broaden this conversation out, so we did an online forum using a platform called Consider It, which did put those same 15 statements as initial proposals to people to vote on in a similar way, but this is quite an interactive platform that lets people add their own pro and con statements, and you can go back to it and change where your votes are. So it approaches that deliberative ideal, but it's not quite there, but we just wanted to see how you could broaden the conversation out. And so this is just a quick comparison of the Consider It forum with the deliberative forum. And you can see, at least on the points that had most change after deliberation, the Consider It forum was closer to the post-deliberation result. It isn't in every case, and there are some differences, and there's subtleties on the way these have to be analyzed next to each other because there's a whole sliding scale. But we feel that on the really hard stuff and the trade-offs, I think that this type of platform can approach a deliberative method and can be broadened to more people. So it's a supplement to those in-person forums that can only involve a limited number. So.
And from council's perspective, opening this to a much broader audience, many more people through this online Consider It platform enabled us to test that the results that came out of the deliberative forum would be roughly similar to what would come out of a broader population group.
I will say that this graph is actually showing a randomized, a randomly selected sample that's representative. So we did a sortition on the bigger group. So it should match the population that was doing the online forum was similar to who were in the room. So, but even the overall group was actually very similar as well. So I just want to conclude that addressing these complex public policy problems does require creating spaces where people can develop a more coherent field of understanding of the issues at hand, and that these types of deliberative processes do provide a view of what an informed public thinks about an issue when they have a chance to consider the scope and complexity of the problem, and they have time to consider evidence, trade-offs, and the perspectives of others. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll open up to questions now. Question first, Angela Dalton.
Thank you, and thanks so much for this. I'm really intrigued about what it's like, or the responses from the participants once they get all of that context. So they're coming in with perhaps a preconceived thought, idea, answer, and then when they're handed all of the information, and there's this realisation, this is actually bigger than what I thought it was. What's their feedback at the end of those 2 days?
It was very positive. I mean, all of these types of processes that we've run, people really appreciate the opportunity to, and they might come for different reasons. And I think on an issue like transport, people had specific things that they really wanted to talk about, and they got a realization of how big the problem was. I think they got a better idea of what AT has to deal with and what council has to deal with. So I think it increases the trust in the institutions as well, but very positive, and we specifically mix people up so that they're not deliberating in groups of like-minded people. We don't know what their thoughts are, but descriptively we mix them up a lot over the course of the time, so they are always interacting with different people, and I think they really appreciate the opportunity to do that, to talk to people that on these issues that they've never been put in that situation before, and it's a very positive experience.
Thank you.
Councillor Turner.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm a little bit confused just at what we're trying to achieve here. We've had a big discussion about this as a process and almost testing this as a process. But what I kind of understood, if I get it right, is that we had an improvement over the process. But improvement compared to what? Improvement compared to our perspective of the public opinion? You know, did this, you know, had we measured the public opinion before we went through this process in order to find the amount of change?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Turner. I wouldn't frame it as an improvement. We were looking to see what was the change between a survey that people get without any pre-advice, so you get a top-of-mind result, and them answering a similar question once they'd gone through quite a detailed process of learning, asking questions, looking at it from other people's perspectives. So it wasn't about an improvement, it was about us getting a better understanding of what people really wanted to see once they had very considered opinions, not just top-of-mind responses to a quick survey question.
But surely the outcome, I understood that these processes were a better way at finding informed feedback as to what the public actually want. So what I'm hearing here is that this feedback only marginally changed. So let's take, for instance, speed bumps. I would say to you that everyone talking to me says, stop making speed bumps. You've just told me, if I've heard you correctly, that we've taken a group of people into a room, we have given them a better, more wider understanding of all the implications around speed bumps, but at the finish of that, we still didn't get over 50% supporting speed bumps. Is that what you're saying?
So firstly, I suspect that people who do support speed bumps probably aren't talking to you about it. But more importantly, the change in sentiment was actually quite substantial on the charging issues, which are obviously the most complex trade-offs that people need to deal with. So as we presented, the level of support for city centre congestion charging was -5%. So 5% more disagreed than supported it initially. Afterwards, it was +33%. So 33% more supported it than disagreed. So that's a 38% change. You know, almost 40% of the room changed their view from negative to positive on that issue. That's a substantial change. And that wasn't the biggest change. The biggest change was on parking charges. So initially, everyone opposes the idea of parking charges, but after they went through the process and realised the implications and trade-offs, their support for parking charges went up a lot. So there were quite substantial changes.
Thank you. Just one last bit so that I kind of understand it, because I'm having trouble. So as a representative of the public, I'm supposed to try to represent everyone's opinion, but I'm supposed to try to mould it around the majority opinion. So, and as a councillor, I'm told, you know, at times we take, when we get submissions which have all come from a template, we say, okay, that's a petition, and we'll count 10,000 or 2,000 as one. And I've challenged that, but them being told, oh, well, it's for you as the councillor to weight what you think that's worth. So here I'm trying to understand the weighting that your process puts on my decision. So when you take that congestion charging, for instance, am I understanding that even after 32% of the people have swung to the positive, we still had more than 50% of the public being on the negative? Is that what you're saying?
No, the overall, actually, the raw percent of people agreeing, which we counted as strong agree, from 7 to 10. So we're removing the middle people, was still 51%. But what the numbers that are presented in those graphs are a net agreement. So they remove the strong negatives from the positive. So it's showing the proportion of people who agree if you counterbalance that by removing the people who very strongly disagree.
Thank you,
I
Councillor
don't
Turner.
like removing anybody. Thank you.
We're not removing them, but if we want to count the support in a way that is not ignoring that, because the negatives are lowering what it looks like the amount of support is. So we are including them.
Councillor Turner, the table in the report shows on question 11, charge a fee for driving into the city centre. The pre-scores were 43 disagree and 38 agree, with 14 neutral. The post scores were 20 disagree, with 53 support and 27 neutral.
Okay, so that's there in black and white for us all to read. Councillor Baker.
Thanks, Chair. So just, I get the fact that we're actually trying to solve a problem where people are actually, our consultation is fraught with problems, and that's a challenge anytime we go out. And so I was just looking at the demographics of the table of the demographics of the panel, I guess, or the deliberative panel, and don't see anywhere about where they come from in Auckland. So 75% of Auckland is rural in terms of landmass, and so to me it looks like it's a really urban focused and doesn't reflect actually a huge chunk of Auckland and the challenges that exist outside of the metropolitan urban limit, as they used to call it. And so how can we guarantee, how can you give us comfort or give me comfort that actually that panel does represent all of Auckland? Because the initial question was all of Auckland and everybody, and so I have a question about freight as well and where that fits in, because again, to me it looks like a very urban thing, and also it deals with stuff outside of the freight in those roads that there is no alternative. I think there's a question in there.
Yeah, thank you for that question. We didn't use areas as one of the demographic categories, but we did try to look at, because you put the pool of people, which is close to 1,000 people, into a sortition algorithm. You come up with a group that has filled the buckets that you have put in the demographics, but then we looked for the spread to make sure that we were representing some other areas. I wouldn't say it's statistically representative, but we did have people from rural, and they did raise questions on freight and that they weren't city centre people. So they were in the mix too.
Cool. And just my second question, and it may be a little similar to where Ken was, but it's in regards to, and I read through and it's interesting to me how people change their minds and how they went from this point to that point. And then I looked at the list of people that were presenting to them, and there's one page there in the report that shows the things that they were covering off. And are you confident that what they were actually hearing was a really balanced view in terms of the transport sort of issues that we are facing? Because I look at that list and I go, well, that's sort of skewed one way. And ex-copper, I like to hear all of the sides of the debate, and so it seems to me to be skewed one way, which for me it doesn't surprise me that there was a movement from people at the start going, well, this is our view, because if you spend 2 days and you're getting 2 days worth of people talking to you with a certain bent. So can you convince me, or can you sort of answer that question or query as to how we balanced, or how you balanced those sessions?
Thank you. We canvassed, we developed a list of transport experts on the questions that we were asking. We also took into account the people's questions that they had and added people into the mix for that. I'm not sure who else are you thinking about? Freight companies? Excuse me?
Few activists.
We did include a stakeholder panel that represented car drivers, bike riders, youth and disabled. So there were some, I wouldn't call them activists, but advocates involved. And the experts that we used were put together by Council, AT, NZTA, and yeah, we tried to find people who would cover all the issues as best we could.
Well, and potentially, if you ask me, you know, some freight operators, so the big vehicles on the same roads, you know, people like taxi drivers and Uber drivers who are out there every day on the road. So the people that use the roads every day, doesn't matter what sort of vehicle and how it's aspirated, they're still using the roads, which are always going to be a case. So I don't know, maybe that sort of stuff, I don't know.
Right, thank you, Councillor Baker. Some reasonable comments and observations there. Member Brown?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Reasonable. Do you have a metric on the number of Māori participants that took part in the forum?
They were represented as they are in the Auckland population, at least for the initial 100 that was selected. By the end, I think we were a couple of people short on Maori, but it was close to the demographic spread.
Cool. And I mean, could you provide like a real world example of how these findings from the forum would reduce transport inequities that Māori experience?
Do you have a question?
It's not. It's an extrapolation, but you know, it's
well,
what
I
we're
would
going to
say
use this for.
that inequalities were definitely part of the conversation, and in some of the exercises were people drawing characters that they had to consider themselves as they were always. There was a comment before about people speaking, representing the majority or representing their group. We never asked them to do that. So we didn't even ask our Maori participants to speak as representing Maori. They were representing themselves and their experiences. So that was all a very important part of the conversation, of having listened to all these different experiences. But also we got them to put themselves in roles of different people in various scenarios and consider what they would do in those cases. So inequalities definitely were a part of it, whether it was specifically about Maori. If that came up in the conversations, it did.
Yeah, no, thank you. And I'm interested in these multi-dimensional ways to measure and receive public opinion and submissions. So it's good work. Good work.
Thank you, Member Brown. Councillor Darby.
Thanks, Anne. Thanks, Michael. Good to see this work. Good to see that we're developing our methods. Can you tell me, from this learning, I'm sort of talking beyond the report really, what are the takeaways that you've got? Is there anything that you saw here that you think should be improved in the next process that we undertake in deliberative engagement? I noticed, say, the sample started out at 110, 100, I think it was 81 final. And then there were a few key questions where I saw there were 90 responses. So I was sort of thinking, well, is there the demographic mix and getting the read on that? Does that need to be refined more? Does the learning process need to be refined? Are you confident that, say, the questions or that learning process is not led in any way? I'm just inviting you to sort of point out how this process can be built on and improved for us to adopt deliberative participation in a much richer way across council.
Sure. Well, there are ways to do these processes, and like I said, we don't always do a deliberative survey in this way, and it's why we had a larger group than we usually would work with, which is a little easier to ensure that everyone is equally engaged. With a group of close to 100 people, we had table facilitators who, you know, the conversations, we couldn't be over them all the time, but there was very positive responses from the table hosts as well. As far as why sometimes something like a deliberative survey, a deliberative poll is useful is, like I said, it's not, you know, if you have a smaller group in a room and you're there, like with the water care example, they really started to become one learned group, where I don't think in a process that like this one, which was shorter, they got to do that, nor did we necessarily want them to. We weren't trying to build to a consensus. We just wanted to understand what their learning was and what they really thought once they could consider the trade-offs. So their anonymous answers could have been completely against what they were saying at the tables up to that point. We didn't know that. So it depends on the situation and the question, what kind of methodology you'd use. But I think there's always room for improvement. Yeah.
Just internationally, Koitu's been studying this around the world. You're associated with other universities, other institutions that are doing this. And it's been more advanced in other jurisdictions. So what are those other jurisdictions learning about the outcomes? You know, when you get to a building, whatever it is that was surveyed, what are you learning there? What are you learning from these other jurisdictions that have maybe continued their statutory obligations when it comes to engaging with communities, but then weighted more the deliberative process?
Well, I think Ireland's the best example of that they've been doing citizens' assemblies for quite a while, and they're very well known now there. So the support for them and the people who are outside of those assemblies still understand how the processes work, that it's a group of people like them and that they are learning about it. And so the people who aren't even in the processes are trusting the process. And also they get very high response rates when they put out their invitations for assemblies, because it's such a well-known process that people really want to be involved and have their say in that. So it's, you know, we are at a quite early stage here in New Zealand on people even recognizing what these are and what their utilities is, and that not just the people themselves trust it, but the institutions and the agencies trust the processes, and they're actually kind of also, I would like to say that, I mean, on really complex issues, if you trust these processes and what the people will say after them, for example, like the abortion question in Ireland, that went to a referendum that looked exactly like the results of the Citizens' Assembly. That's taking a really hard question for politicians to deal with and giving it to the public, and in a way that sort of takes some pressure off. This is really, we can trust this is what the people want. So,
Mayor Brown.
Thank you. Kind of my question, isn't this the best advertising for not bothering with any consultation at all? You should just do it, because once you do it, they seem it's okay. That's what happened with dynamic lines at Whangaparoa. People didn't like it, and we did it, now they like it. So same with charging, just do it and they'll like it. I mean, presumably we're elected to do something or other, so wonderful. How can we send this wonderful information to Wellington to say, buzz off, we don't need to consult?
I share your concerns with the value of some of the consumer surveying that gets done, and the real public perception is perhaps a little bit different that gets reported back to AT or to council. And that's why I think this kind of process is very valuable, because we do need to understand what the public wants, and this gets us a much better in-depth understanding of what they want, rather than what their immediate top-of-mind response is when we ask them something that might be actually a complex issue that they haven't had much chance to think through.
Okay, finally, Councillor Ferry.
Thanks. That's quite a good segue into my question, which was around looking at this as part of a suite of options. So what's, I guess, the reflections there on how this might fit in with other processes that we have more traditionally used, sort of alongside as opposed to replacing? How do you see that fitting?
We wouldn't say that it replaces. It's an option that on really complex questions can be really useful. the mayor has suggested we shouldn't use any of the others, but that's not what we're saying here. You know, I think there's room to improve other methodologies too, and this isn't the only answer, but it is a very good tool to use when the question's very complex and has a lot of values involved in amongst the technical question.
And we did involve other areas of council who deal with engagement and local boards and so forth. And now that we've got the results, we'll go back to them and work out how this can add value to their existing processes and how they can incorporate it in their work.
One follow-up there is, so I guess one of the things that we sometimes do is we see a good example that's well resourced, and then we try and recreate it with a lot less resources. So is there some danger with a mechanism like this, that if we don't resource it properly, we actually potentially skew things in a way that's unhelpful?
I would say so. I mean, you don't want to launch on these. I mean, it's important to be able to say to the public that you're engaging in these that their involvement is going to be useful and used and listened to. If you don't do that, then you're not going to have public trusting the processes or wanting to be involved. And yes, you can go backwards. So I think it's pretty important that you don't just launch into these very quickly, but do it right, and then it should support doing more of them as opposed to less. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Councillor Lee, did you want to ask a question or a comment?
Just a question, a couple of questions.
Yeah.
Do we know how much this cost?
Yes.
And?
192,000, I believe. Just under 200,000.
Good God. And are you going to send this report to the Minister of Transport?
Not personally, but I'll put it forward.
I'm sure he'll be interested, especially in the cost of it as well. Thank you.
All right, okay. Okay, move Councillor Walker. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Dalton. There's the recommendations up there. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Okay.
Against.
Thank you. And
Against.
Who's that shouting
Record,
out?
Please.
Pardon?
Ken Turner.
Ken Turner.
Record,
Ken
please.
Turner recording his vote against. Thank you, Ken.
Point of clarification, was he recording it against the whole?
Oh, well, he's recorded against, so he's voting against.
Not just one section of it.
Okay. All right, next item, could we proceed to now, please? Item 10, on your original agenda, but been changed around. This is Reducing Traffic, Auckland's VKT Reduction Program. And we're here to receive an overview of the findings of this document here. Make sure it doesn't fall on you. You do yourself a very serious injury. There is about 700 odd pages, and we'll have a test on this at the end of the meeting. Okay. All humour aside, we've got Tim and Hamish to present to us today, so over to you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Chair. Tēnā koutou katoa, thanks for having us. As mentioned, this will just be a brief overview, and Chair, I'd like to essentially take the slides as read and just draw out the highlights of the slide deck so we're not going through reading every point individually, which leaves us time for questions as there is quite a considerable technical document associated with this program. Yeah, cool. So what I'd like to keep in mind is the value of bringing this program before the committee at this time, which is essentially that it helps us to evaluate the potential of large-scale projects in the region. This gives us a measuring stick against which to compare. This is a program of mass action, low cost, fast delivery of things across the region as opposed to individual large-scale projects and what we could potentially deliver with that. It helps us understand what our climate commitments might look like. There's a level of detail much greater than what was in the TERP here in terms of what it would cost and what it might need to be delivered in order to achieve emissions reduction for the transport system. And the information contained within the technical report can help us develop future transport projects and strategies. The three key components that came out of the work were that we need to focus on transport, land use, and communication and leadership all together if we want to achieve something at the scale and sort of pace that's described in our emissions reduction objectives. And the key component and the key driver of this was that we got to a 29% reduction in light vehicle travel in the region, which was a target set under the government's emissions reduction plan. So Auckland faces multiple challenges, which we're all reasonably aware with. There are funding problems. There are multiple competing priorities that we're trying to achieve: safety, climate, economic improvement. We want to ensure that we've got community confidence in what we're doing through effective communication and leadership. We want to address equity considerations and make sure that we're delivering for the whole region. And there is a limit to what the industry can actually deliver if we want to try and transform the whole region rapidly and at scale. There are some physical and economic limitations to what's possible. So why did we do this? Well, central government asked us to do it, and they provided us with the funding to get it done. It was also an opportunity to help develop and progress some of the ideas that Auckland has as a region in terms of how we'd like to achieve our climate commitments. And as with the previous item in the deliberative forum, it was an opportunity to get some additional learnings and do some additional modelling around what things might look like in terms of changing Auckland's transport system. So, what's in the program? The really quick and easy way to see it is this little diagram: 10-minute bus frequencies. That's not all the buses all the time. Key routes across the region running at turn up and go frequencies for most of the day, every day of the week. 75%, 3 out of 4 Aucklanders living sort of close by to a connected cycle network with safe separated facilities. And that comes at a cost of about $20.5 billion of capital expenditure. And that achieves our 29% reduction in light vehicle kilometres with an associated reduction in deaths and serious injuries when people move out of driving a car, which is something they can have a crash doing, and instead sit on a bus or a train. They're essentially much safer. The program identified 2 key enablers to allowing this to happen. The first one is that we really need to get out there with our communities and engage with them and communicate with them to make sure that they're on board with the process as it goes. If the community's not on board, we're going to face some speed bumps along the way, and we all know how we feel about those. And we need enabling legislation, which we're all reasonably familiar with in terms of time of use charging, etc. But we also need to be able to set the fees for penalties and enforcements and other things such as value capture mechanisms on property. Alongside the key enablers, which must happen first and early for the program to progress, we looked at rapid adaptation of existing assets. How can we change the assets that Auckland already has to get better value out of them, to get better productivity out of them, and to, at the same time, reduce the carbon emissions associated with them? And as per most transport projects, this came out and said we should make active modes, walking and cycling, much more attractive. We should make public transport much more attractive. We should make the city denser in the inner areas where it is easier to get access to things. And at the end of it all, we need to motivate people to travel differently. In order to achieve the scale of change we're looking for, you would need a pricing component. So quickly on the key enablers, what needs to happen first? Well, we just had a little summary of what Aucklanders told us. They want us to fix the transport system. They want us to do something about climate change. And they really want to see a cohesive plan that says we're actually going to do something about all this stuff that they can trust us to deliver on. There's really strong support for public transport. We didn't just do a deliberative forum. We had a Māori engagement process, a youth engagement process. We had voice of the customer processes that surveyed over 1,000 people and businesses and small enterprises from Auckland Transport. And collectively, all of them said, public transport, let's get on with it, let's deliver it. But they also strongly supported delivery of the cycle network and improvement of walking, as you saw, including removal of on-street parking to get that cycle network delivered. And there was modest support for time of use charging, parking charges, etc. That support grew when people better understood why it was important to achieving the outcomes we wanted to achieve. The communities all universally said they wanted better communications and engagement. Please talk to us more about what's going on so we have a better understanding of it. We can help by communicating what our vision for Auckland is as we're developing that. If we can get it across to Aucklanders, this is where we're heading and this is what we want and this is why it is good for you, they are much more likely to support it, they're much more likely to buy in. we need to be able to do a whole bundle of things in terms of our policy, our planning, and some regulation changes. There's a whole lot of work on this. Essentially, we need to be able to set the price of things. We need to be able to enforce things. We need to be able to capture the value of things when they increase in value. We also need to simplify some of our own internal processes, and we need a bit of a review of things like contributions, developer levies, etc. Strategic shifts. This was about how we could potentially rapidly adopt our existing assets in order to get the outcomes that we want, reshape our urban form, and ultimately the behaviour change associated. The map on the left shows our existing, or the baseline RTN that we use to analyse this program. This is approximately what would be delivered if we completed the 2021 RLTP. The image on the right is the proposed rapid transit network that we modelled under this program. The light-coloured lines in particular, I think, are interested. We're proposing a BRT light bus rapid transit light system where we have painted bus lanes going across the isthmus where we run express services. Mostly it's buses doing the heavy lifting. They're fast, they're quick to deliver. We can run them on our existing streets by reallocating street space, but we've also done as much as we see as practicable in terms of electric ferries and additional train services. On the left, we have a map we've more or less already seen today, which is our existing cycle network. It's quite disjointed, and as discussed, some of the facilities are not really appropriate or perhaps not attractive for people to cycle on. On the right, we have we analysed streets to see which ones had enough space to reallocate part of that street to put in basically the minimum viable product cycle lane. What's the limit, the least amount of space that you can use on a street to put in a cycle lane that has a little bit of physical separation from traffic? Mostly that fits on streets that already exist. In some instances we costed it where there may be a little bit of curb widening, or there may be a section of shared path that we widen the footpaths. The image on the right shows the potential complete cycle network that this program modelled, and you will notice that the rotary pathway is no longer classed as a cycleway. Every cycleway on that map is, in fact, meets a minimum standard of separation and path width. Finally, quality compact mixed use development for the city. Urban form is absolutely essential. The further the city grows outwards, the more people are likely to drive, and that's likely to push emissions up. It also sucks up a lot of our transport budget. On the left is a map that shows effectively quintiles that have access by public transport. The darker the colour, the more attractive it is from a climate and transport perspective to put new dwellings in that location. This program was developed in parallel with the future development strategy and is complementary to the future development strategy. The map on the right is where we arrived towards the end of the program as a recommendation for the best locations to put future development. Finally, we do propose implementing, as far as practicable, improvements to the public transport and active transport systems, but pricing will be necessary in order to achieve the level of emissions reduction proposed. For the sake of the model in this program, hypothetically, we proposed 3 toll points on the motorway network, tolling inbound only towards the city centre. We proposed a city centre cordon charge, and we also came to the conclusion that an approximately 10 cent per kilometre general cost of driving increase would be necessary in order to achieve the necessary level of emissions reduction described in the government's emissions reduction plan. That translates to roughly $1 per litre increase in the price of fuel. And so that would be something that would be required if we were to hit our emissions reduction targets through these mechanisms. Finally, there's essentially, what would it all cost to do everything that I've just described to you? There's a P50, so it's about 50% likely that it would cost less, or 50% likely that it would cost more than the number that we arrived on. For the capital expenditure is about $20.5 billion. It's a lot of money, but it's a figure that we can hold in our minds whenever there's discussion of a large-scale project or a mega project for the Auckland region. How does this compare to a similar project, a similarly priced project that could transform the entire regional transport system? At the same time, we're adding lots of buses, ferries, additional train units to the fleet. There's additional operational expenditure that comes through as part of this. Between 2025 and 2035, the 10 years of the project, it's estimated that the additional operational expenses come to approximately $5 billion, or a little under. So, in summary, if this program was advanced as it was, or as the program is modelled and designed, this would give Auckland a world-leading public transport system. We're talking about buses right across the region all day, every day. Almost everybody lives fairly close to a bus stop where a bus will reliably turn up. Significant reductions in traffic congestion. The model shows that while there would still be congestion on many of the arterial roads where we've reallocated spaces for bus routes, the buses themselves, of course, are not congested, and all of the journeys on those buses are not congested. And similarly, the motorway network in particular is now experiencing 29% less traffic, and therefore is significantly less congested. Aucklanders would have a choice of low carbon modes. This is really important when we're discussing things like using the emissions trading scheme or other types of pricing, that there is actually a substitute available for people so that they can ditch their car and choose to use something else. That option needs to be provided for them and it needs to be available. And so implementing a program such as this would provide that choice. And of course you see performance issues across the network by freeing up that motorway capacity, and otherwise you see that despite freight not being a part of this program, the freight network performance improves. Finally, effectively in summary of what the value is of presenting this at this time, the VKT reduction program has wrapped up at this point in time. We're bringing it back to this committee after initially presenting it in March last year. And it's worth considering both as a comparator for what else might happen in Auckland and what might be possible, and it's also worth using some of the modelling work and the insights that we've gained through this work to inform other program development as we go forward. Kia ora, happy to take questions, Chair. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Tim, and thank you for that very succinct presentation, given the amount of content that is in this document, and I think you spelled out very clearly any number of elements that have been getting bandied around here for quite some number of years. I would just say to councillors that there is some quite revealing information in here. The one that certainly jumped out to me was the graphs on the annual public transport trips per capita, which shows us marginally above really what our lowest rate ever was back in the mid-90s. So that graph compared to the 1940s and 50s is really quite stark, as does our current position in the world with public transport journeys per capita on page 30, which shows us just above Tehran and Los Angeles, but way, way behind what Auckland was back in 1945. So obviously we're in a different era, but these consistent themes that have come through today are well established and certainly point the way forward. So I don't know if there's many questions here because this has been spelled out very clearly by Tim today and in some detail here, but I'll quickly open up the floor. Councillor Dalton, you wanted to answer?
Well, it was sort of, it might be even a rhetorical, I don't know if it's rhetorical or not, but of all the presentations we've had today and the policies that we have that are mentioned in this document as well, there still seems to be this noisy pushback on all the things that we need to do to achieve our end game. Good public transport, excellent public transport system, reducing emissions, hitting those targets that are set by us, by central government, as well as our own targets. Where do we find the people that actually want this stuff? We know they're there, and we just heard that in the item before, that the results that came out of that deliberative democracy forum, all of the points that were supported in the end exactly comply or align with our transport policies, our urban design policies, our future development strategy, our unitary plan. Yet there still seems to be this real pushback to getting anything across the line that's transformational. I don't know if you can answer that.
No, we'll probably take that as a comment, I think. I don't think Hamish...
Can you answer?
Sorry, could you summarise the question? What's the answer? What is the question that you...
That's okay. No, it's a hard question. It's a hard question. Thank you.
Member Brown?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Some great recommendations, equity outcomes, community health and wellbeing. And really good to see that you applied several strategies to engage with the Māori. I just want to flip it on the head a little bit. Benefits, positives, good outcomes, flipping it, like what further consideration's been given to address any concerns raised by Māori?
Kia ora, thank you for the question. In short, this is the first place we've brought this program since completion, and we are seeking endorsement from this committee to use the program further. I think there are a number of recommendations that were made. There is a specific appendix on the Māori engagement that's in there, and there are a few recommendations included in there. So I think should this committee endorse using the work further, then that opens the door to investigating that work, both from Auckland Transport, Auckland Council and our partners. Thanks.
Cool, and I guess the follow-up would be like how will the findings of your engagement be shared across the council group so they can be addressed across the organisation?
Kia ora. A similar answer to the first part actually, which is should it be endorsed for further work, then that creates the opportunity for officers to use the findings of this and essentially ask the question amongst their teams, how can we use this to do our job better, which is something that officers are typically seeking to do.
Yeah, kapai. Thank you.
Councillor Williamson.
Yeah, look, my apologies, but at one point you sort of woke me from my dazed stupor and went shared cycle way. You had something on a slide. What did you actually say? I want to make sure I got it absolutely correct.
About the Rotary Walk.
Rotary Walk is the focus of attention there.
No, just what did you actually say about that when you had that slide up about cycle paths and shared?
We'd need to review the recording to get my verbatim comments. The cycle network that we planned as part of this work has meets a minimum standard for interim cycleways. Essentially, Auckland Transport has a design manual that sets what the minimum standard is for temporary or interim. So it doesn't meet the optimum design standards that we would like to strive for with our cycle network, but it does meet a minimum standard in terms of separation and width.
Okay, thank you.
All right, okay. I think that's it. I'm happy to move. Do I have a seconder? Seconded, Councillor Ferry. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thanks, Hamish. And Tim.
Thank you, Chair.
There's a lot of compression there. And the final item for today. Okay, Councillor Walker, happy to move the summary of transport infrastructure information memoranda, seconded by Councillor Fletcher. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Do you wish your vote recorded against? Okay, just thank you, Councillor Williamson. And that, ladies and gentlemen, completes the business for today. Thank you very much for your attendance and for your participation. And see you all out on the pavements in your bikes going here. How many people came in on a bike? 2? How many people came in on public transport? 1,
How many
2,
people
3.
came in a self-drive electric vehicle?
How many heathens came in cars?
Within about 3 kilometres of where they live.
They've got a busway or a
That's more than 3 kilometres, 4.5 kilometres to walk to the busway.
You don't even have to pay for it.
4.5 K. Let me see you walk 4.5 bloody K to work. Go on.